Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Cricket West Indies International Cricket Association, we welcome you again to the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds, and it's time for the third ODI of the United series between the West Indies women and the Ireland women. News from the middle a few moments ago is that Ireland have won the toss and they will be batting first. The match referee for today's match continues to be Mr. Rion King, on for the umpires David Butler and Jonathan Blades, the TV umpire Jacqueline Williams, and the fourth umpire Candice LeBoy. Just a few announcements as part of the general proceedings. CWI continues to enforce and ask us to observe the anti-discrimination policy, which notes in part that it shall be a breach of the terms and conditions of entry to the venue for any ticket holder to engage in conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures, or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage, or vilify any other person, including players, match officials, or spectators, on the basis of their race, religion, culture, color, nationality, descent, ethnic origin, sex, gender, sexual orientation, disability, marital status, and/or maternity status.
Lovely, luscious, luminescent St. Lucia. What a gorgeous place. That's Rodney Bay there. A more beautiful bay would be very hard to find anywhere in the world. Beautiful place for holiday and a gorgeous place for some cricket. Time for the third CG United one-day international between West Indies women and Ireland women. We are at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground for this third and final CG United ODI. West Indies women cleaned up in the first. No result as the rain did not play ball on the second one, and this will be a decider today. And of course, there's 3 T20 internationals to follow next week right here. And it's a warm good afternoon to Shakira Selman here beside me. Shakira, a lot on offer for the West Indies women today.
Good afternoon, Alex, and good afternoon to viewers from all over the world. Lots on offer for West Indies, like you say. 2 crucial points if they're going to progress further up that table. And more importantly, 2 points on offer for Ireland.
Right, well, the bowling in the second, the no result game, the bowling was very good. The quicks picked up a lot right at the beginning.
Yeah, they had the ball swinging around quite a bit in overcast conditions. And Ireland found themselves in a bit of a predicament. There was also some very good catching from West Indies slip fielders, which is a big point for them.
You said that as if there was some relief in your voice there, Shakira Zelman. Yes, they would have left that feeling pretty good, West Indies, about how they performed. But some maybe bad memories for the Ireland batters, but very different conditions today.
Yeah, bright and sunny conditions and ideal conditions to bat first in. If you win the toss in these conditions, you want to bat first and have the opponents in the field for 50 overs.
All right, we see the return of Chanel Henry today, having been rested for the second ODI, and of course her maiden ODI half-century in the first one.
Yeah, she was brilliant in that first ODI, her maiden half-century, like you said. I thought she stamped her authority and she showed her capability. She showed the world that she's capable of being an all-rounder.
Yeah, a very good one as well. Really relaxed and at ease with those boundary shots. No effort required. Lovely to watch and delighted for their first 50. We did have a toss a little earlier. It's bright and breezy, as we said, here in Beauséjour on the north of St. Lucia. And Hayley Matthews sent the coin a long old way. Well, Ireland won and decided to have a bat first.
The first toss Ireland has won on this tour so far, and Hayley was disappointed with that.
Yeah, well, Ireland 11. The big news is the international debut of Amy Maguire. She is in, and the veteran Mary Waldron out. Amy Maguire, 16-year-old left-hand spinner, sister of Jane Maguire, and the whole family out to witness her international debut in this, Ireland's first series in the West Indies.
For the West Indies, they're back to their first 11. Captain Hayley Matthews made a point of note that was their best 11. This being a crucial game, she's brought back in Chanel Henry, who was rested, like you said. In that second game, Kiana Joseph left arm spin back into the attack. Ashmini Munisara misses out alongside Shabika Gajnabi.
All right, that's Leah Paul. Has not had a great series so far yet here in the West Indies, but we know what she's capable of. She'll want to get a couple of runs under her belt, Shakira.
A very important game for her. She'll need to partner Gabby Lewis and get the Irish off to a good start. They've won the toss and elected to bat first, so they need to back up that decision.
Jamelia Connell, 44 wickets in her 61 matches, vastly experienced. Has looked really energetic this week. It's a good feeling in that camp.
And she'll be feeling even better after those 2 wickets she was able to churn out last game. She bowled good pace in that game, especially in that second over where she got 2 wickets. So she'll be expected to start well for the West Indians.
Looks like there's still a bit of movement in the field there. Not sure what they're waiting on.
Let's play.
Just making sure they have the field exactly how they want it to be. They start with a deep fine leg and deep third on the offside, 2 slips to start with for Shamilia.
Got away with that.
I reckon she has, but she'll take it, I'm sure. So many decisions go against bowlers so often. So I'm sure she's happy Jonathan Blaze get his arms at his side.
Don't you start, Shakira. We'll have Curtly Ambrose next.
I have to defend the bowlers, Alex. I'm sorry.
Two slips, looking very eager, energetic, lots of clapping, lots of energy in the field. West Indies women will know there's an opportunity not just for the 2 points here in terms of the ICC Women's Championship, but also for a series win. That is something that has escaped them in the last 2 years of competition.
It has eluded the team. They've had quite tough opponents come over to the Caribbean recently. So it'll be good to get a series win after so long.
Straighter, that's better. Nice start from Shamilia Connell. Historic also for Ireland. This is the first cycle in the ICC Women's Championship ever for the Irish women. But they're not just here to take part. We heard disappointment from Laura Delaney after losing their position in the first ODI. Oh, he's taking a fast single there, quick single. Some appeal from Shemaine Campbell. Doesn't seem to be any interest from the umpire.
Good hustle for that single by the Irish. And a bit of good footwork by Shamilia Connell, but not fast enough to prevent the Irish girls from crossing for that single. First run, a leg by.
Gabby Lewis, yeah, stalwart of this team. It was an 85 she scored, I believe, in the first ODI. Fantastic innings. Very important at the core of this Irish team.
She batted really well in that first game, and she would have been disappointed not to have gone further to get to that 100 and also not to take the team over the line. She also started quite intensely against Shamilia the last game. Took the attack to her in that second game. Hit her for 2 boundaries in that first over. And she's off the mark immediately with an inside edge.
She was 83 in the first ODI. She has a high score of 96. It wasn't too far off that. And we know her quality. Nominated for ICC Player of the Month last November. 3 half centuries. Two without loss.
Just send me a message.
Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. 2 without loss, Ireland after the first over. Alia Aline will be bowling in tandem with Shamilia Connell, the 2 Barbadian quicks. 22 matches for Alia, an average of 36. Which I'm sure she'd like to improve. A lot of ability, a lot of athletic ability. And you know, one of the young leaders in this side now.
Alia has been around for quite a while, and she'll be expected to raise her hand and lead this bowling attack. And she started quite well in both games, in fact, for West Indies. She got the ball to swing around and shape away quite a bit from the right-handers.
One quite straight. She's bowling from the pavilion end.
The end she started from on both occasions. She's bowling with that wing, taking the ball away from the right-hander. She too has started with a deep third and a fine leg on the boundary.
There's the wide, first wide.
This has been a concern for Alia Aline in both games. Every time she's had to bowl at a right and left hand combination, she's just struggled to show control and to adapt. And every now and again, she just gets the ball to shape back into the right-handers. So it's important she starts that ball on top of off stump.
How'd you like that one?
Much better. And a bit of zip in the pitch as well.
Well, Gabby Lewis was fantastic in the first match. The Dubliner, she's a top order bat, a very senior figure in this team, and she showed us why.
Yeah, she started quite slowly, but I thought that she tempered that innings very well. And she played 360 all around the park.
Yeah, she got 83 runs off her 102 balls. We'll be looking for more of the same today. I mean, let's not forget, Shakira, in that first ODI, despite the good win for West Indies women, there was a moment where Ireland were well in that match. They were 178 odd for 2 and would have felt they were in with a shot.
Yeah, I think Ireland were in control of the game in those middle overs.
There we go again, a wide, a bit untidy there from Alia Aline.
I think up to the point just before Gabby Lewis struggled with cramp, Ireland controlled that middle phase. And perhaps that's what led to her dismissal eventually.
Yeah, she did look to be struggling a bit in the heat. She was out there for a long time. It was a very hot day here in St. Lucia on Monday. Now, in the first one-day international, West Indies did win by 58 runs, but you have a look at those. Lewis, 83 off 102. Delaney, Laura Delaney, the captain, had a good innings with 40 as well, and Prendergast, 37, and a contribution there, and a very disappointed Mary Waldron, who was run out in the end.
Yeah, obviously Mary Waldron not playing today, but those four were really good, especially that partnership between Gabby Lewis and Arla Prendergast firstly, and then Gabby Lewis and the captain, Laura Delaney.
Yeah, and let's remember for Ireland, we haven't seen anything yet really from Leah Paul nor from Amy Hunter, both of whom are very capable with the bat. Leah Paul opens here. Left-hander at the top of the order, having a bit of a miserable time so far, but that may change today. 3 wides in this over already. And there's another one. Struggling here, Alia Aline in her first over of this match.
Yeah, just really struggling to control the amount of swing she's getting. The first wave was down the left side, but since then, she's about 3 ways outside of our stump. She's just starting that ball way too wide.
I see a few claps there from Captain Hayley Matthews at second slip, trying to encourage her young charge. Oh, that's another wide. Oh dear, what do you do at this stage, Shakira, if you are Aline?
Well, quite often you see bowlers hold the ball cross seam instead of it swinging around too much. Yeah, she's definitely starting that ball way too wide. Sometimes the problem for Aline is that she gets too tight into those stumps, and then she really has to open up her body to get around that leg. See Stephanie Taylor and Chanel Henry, a senior bowler herself, giving her some suggestions.
Still seam up. Oh dear, this has gone horribly wrong. Right at the top here for Aline. Can't seem to get it right.
And as much as Aline is struggling, it's important that Gabby Lewis herself stays focused, because all of a sudden, Aline would be able to get one on target and find her wanting.
10 balls bowled already this over. Stefani having a word. Everybody trying to encourage her. Let's see if she'll change anything in her grip, Shakira.
Looks like she's going to seam up again. What they've done is they've changed the fuel. They've decided to bring up that fine leg and send the sweeper out on the offside.
Well, there's a legal delivery. What does this do? Does this let off Leah Paul and Gabby Lewis at the top of the order here, just allowing them a little time in the middle to have a look around and start to feel comfortable?
Yeah, I'm sure it settles the nerves a bit. They don't have to go searching for those early runs anymore, because West Indies so far has offered up those runs.
That's the over. After 2, Ireland 8 without loss. Well, this is the third and final one-day international CG United ODI between the women, and Chanel Henry and Kiana Joseph back. This is the team the West Indies fielded in the first ODI, and Ireland's changed the international debut of the 16-year-old Amy Maguire. And Mary Waldron out today. Welcome back, everyone. It is the CG United ODI number 3. Oh dear, it's catching. It's a wide. To be fair to Shamilia Connell, she is bowling on the side where the wind is taking it away there from the left-hander.
Yeah, but with her experience, you hope that she could control that. And Hayley Matthews wouldn't want any more excuses. 7 ways already, and this is only the 3rd over.
Yeah, worrying start with the ball. Well, that's better. That's more like it.
Yeah, Leopold doesn't look so comfortable when the ball is closer to her. So there's no need to try anything. A much better line. A lifting delivery going through to the keeper. Connell will want to stay in that area.
No excuses, but you can see her shirt, just how much wind there is out there today. Very nicely bowled.
Her wrist position will be important with the wind blowing across the field and helping to take the ball further away from Leopold. There's no need for her to push the ball. She wants that wrist coming down behind that ball. Do a bit of painting today, Connell.
Oh, she'll be very relieved to get back to ball there, Leopold. Get off the mark.
Just running that one down to 3rd man. Curious to see what lanes Shamilia Connell will bowl to Gabby Lewis now. If that wind that we talked about, they'll obviously be blowing the ball back into Gabby Lewis. So she won't want to start too straight.
That's another wide, which has been a bit the woe of the Windies women, all the W's at the minute. Got the same field, the 2 out or deep 3rd and deep fine leg. Just struggling, these opening seamers, after having such a good day, obviously in different conditions in ODI number 2. That's well stopped. That's Hayley Matthews. Not much gets past her.
And that stop could perhaps put some energy into the fielding unit.
Barbadian Jonathan Blades, standing umpire. And that square leg at the moment, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dighton Butler. Good looking in defense. Gabby Lewis just working her way into this innings. They sure have been let off the hook a bit by these openers.
Yeah, way too many extras. Both batters only on 1. Yeah, the score is 11 coming on to the end of the 3rd over.
That's a good ball. And that's the over. Ireland 11 without loss. All right, but when we come back, right? Well, St. Lucia is just a gorgeous place. They call it the Helen of the Caribbean. If you've never been to this part of the world, you can't quite describe it. Pictures don't even do it justice. The stunning sea, beautiful mountains, great hiking, and of course the wonderful people themselves. Janelle Henry with the ball in hand. We'll be looking for a little more accuracy. We know that she's had a long layoff with injury to her shoulder and was rested in the second one-day international, and she's back here in the sunshine this afternoon.
Janelle Henry would have been the leader of this West Indies attack for quite a long time. Obviously, she would have missed that Super 50 regional tournament. She only bowled 2 overs in that first game, but 2 steady overs, 2 overs for 4 runs. We expect a lot more control from her with this new ball. We're not sure what the pace will look like. Obviously still carrying that shoulder injury. But a lot more control, and that's what West Indies will need right now.
Henry to Paul.
On the money right away.
Yeah, Chanel Henry saying, let me just show these openers how it's done. She's full of confidence, Chanel Henry, as well, having had such a great bat on her return to the side. Quick single from the Irish.
Putting some pressure on the West Indies fielders early. Good communication between the 2 batters. But good start from Chanel Henry. Just getting the ball to curl back into Leopold. 2 slips for the right-hander, deep third and a deep fine leg. And she'll be looking to take the edge of Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, right on track so far, Chanel Henry. Just steadying the ship here. After a number of wides from Alia Aline and Shamilia Connell.
And it may help that Chanel Henry is not looking for that pace. She's bowling within herself because now she's more focused on controlling the areas that she hits.
Oh, that's beautifully struck. Cut away, spit the fielders, and it will run all the way. The first boundary of the innings for Ireland.
I was just talking about control, but such a controlled drive from Gabby Lewis. She loves it up there and she loves it wide. Give her room and she'll take it any day. She leans into that one and places it between point and cover point. First boundary for Ireland.
West Indies will not want Gabby Lewis to get her eye in here. It's a good batting wicket. Hayley Matthews said had she won the toss, she also would have had a bat first.
Ideal conditions to bat in. Even though the ball is swinging around a bit, it's a very good pitch and bright and sunny conditions.
5 from the over and Ireland 16 without loss. Do we do 7 overs, Greg, or 5?
Bowler, right arm over.
Change of bowler, Cherry Ann Fraser. 9 matches. It seems like she's been around longer than that. Best of 1 for 28. Got a lot of ability as an all-rounder she has. Has also been out with injury and a welcome addition back into her side.
She starts well. Good length and good carry through to keeper Shameen Campbell. Tell you what, Alex, she'll be happy to hear you call her an all-rounder.
Fair enough.
Ladies and gentlemen,
She definitely has the ability. And of course, she's wonderful in the field as well. And this is such a valuable asset in the women's game in any form of cricket.
Yeah, one of the brighter talents around the West Indies. And she's quite young, full of energy, and always wants to be involved in the game.
Well, I'll tell you what, she's involved in the game from her first over here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Janelle Henry strikes for the Windies, and Leopold's misery continues.
Cherry-Ann Fraser.
Cherry-Ann Fraser, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, into the attack and a wicket. Rash from Leopold. And surprisingly so, he easily taken reverse cut over the shoulders by Captain Hayley Matthews. The catching has been good. Leopold struggles again. She goes for just 2 from 12 deliveries. Ireland lose their first for 16.
The incoming batter will friend the gas.
Well, we talked about all-rounders, and here is a genuine one. Loves to bat for sure, Orla Prendergast, and has been in the setup with Ireland since 2019, made her ODI debut in October 2021. Very powerful player. Wonderful for the game, wonderful for Irish cricket.
Bowler, right arm over.
Apologies to Cherry-Ann Fraser, calling her Janelle Henry there. The reason is that they're both the hard CHs. Now, if you hear us saying that, not Chanel and not Cherry-Ann, that's because they're pronounced that way. Chanel and Cherry-Ann. Oh, Cherry-Ann Fraser, what a start this is from her.
Yeah, what a beautiful delivery first up to Orla Prendergast. That ball angled in and then just straightening and beating the outside edge of Orla Prendergast. She did well to survive that one.
Certainly happy to be back, enjoying it in the maroon. Another good ball. Orla Prendergast is out early, and this is why.
Yeah, Leopold choosing to advance. Never got anywhere close to that ball. Just hands, playing those hands, and only managing an edge through to Hayley Matthews at second slip.
Comfortable catch. That's the Orla Prendergast we know and love. Might not got all the way. That's into the wind. Ooh, bit of a tough throwback. That may have hit the boundary. We'll have to have a look there. Bit of foul ups, bleeps and blunders, and a good running from the Irish duo.
It looks like they ran 4 anyhow.
Have you ever seen that, Shakira, in real life?
Not in real life. But that's excellent running. A bit of teamwork on the boundary. Stephanie Taylor not able to flick it back to Zayda James.
Yeah.
But it looks like James eventually saved it. Nonetheless, the Irish ran 4. Very good running.
It'd be interesting to know if West Indies has ever run a 4.
Not to my recollection.
Like that. 20 for 1 after 5. This is the run for 4 from Ireland. They were watching it the whole way. That is into the wind, but a bit of a sort of mix-up, really, between Stefani and it was Zayda James, wasn't it? Yeah. So running 4 runs here, the Irish women. It's not often you see that in cricket. Ireland 20 for 1 so far after 5 overs. 5 overs into this power play. Leopold with another rough innings has brought out Orla Prendergast early. She's alongside Gabby Lewis at the crease. Janelle Henry with ball in hand.
single down to the sweeper. Haley Matthews deciding to change the field once more, bringing up that sharp fine leg and sending the deep cover out on the boundary for Gabby Lewis. And it looks as though she's going to keep the same field for Orla Prendergast.
Left alone.
The reason for this field is perhaps because the bowlers from the pavilion end have been out swinging the ball quite a bit, and that's perhaps the easiest place to hit the ball, but also because the Irish have been quite strong through that offside.
Yeah, just got away with that. Prendergast.
Yeah, that one taking the edge but falling way short of Haley Matthews at first slip. And just going back to the point I was making about the Irish scoring heavily through the offside, it's because they stay leg side of the ball.
Get themselves in position. Well, another example there.
All right.
Yeah, but for that reason, I would prefer to see the fine leg sent back and challenge your bowlers to bowl the ball straighter. Because with this field, I think you're allowing the batters to get in.
Breeze coming straight across the ground. If you're having a look there, you can see the flags in action. You'll be bowling right to left on your screen now. And a batter of Orla Prendergast's quality will adjust to conditions right away. This ground, beautiful ground, the Darren Sammy cricket ground, just nestled among the hills in Beauséjour. They pick up a single there. 4 from the over. 6 gone. Ireland 24 for 1. Well, Cherry Ann Fraser with the break for the West Indies, 1 for 4 off her first over. We welcome signs to see her not only back and fit, but bowling well.
Another West Indian bowler back for an injury who missed that Super 50 tournament.
2 slips.
West Indies bowlers extracting a bit of bounce from this pitch. And that will challenge the Ireland batters as well, along with the seam movement that these bowlers are getting.
Yeah, breathing heavily there, Orla Prendergast. I think we talk a lot about the heat and the sun when we're in the West Indies, but wind is dehydrating and tiring as an entity as well. Some confusion there. They looked one to the single. Sent back.
Good decision to turn around. Chanel Henry, quick off the mark. They're just in front of square, preventing that single. But that extra bounce I was just referring to from Cherry Ann Fraser, just tucking up Orla Prendergast a bit.
Oh, opportunity there, really, for Shemaine Campbell. Let's see what the signal is from the umpire. It is byes in the end.
Yeah, but Good pace from Cherry-Ann Fraser. That bounce once more. And from that first game, we were talking about the fact that she has the ability to work at some pace. She obviously is quite tall herself, so she will get the ball to bounce. Quite a high arm action as well. But good pace and good carry through. Shemaine Campbell not able to take that one cleanly.
Yeah, I was going to say Shemaine Campbell not tall. Not as tall as those ladies.
That's why she's called Mini.
Mini, that's right. She's mini, but she's mighty. Shemaine Campbell. Experienced Guyanese keeper, batter.
Yeah, taking the gloves in this series. She wouldn't have been donning the gloves in the 2 previous series. Rashida Williams was the one elected to keep for West Indies.
Oh, Cherry-Ann Fraser, an appeal. Hands on hips, but boy, is she bowling well.
She's really troubling both batters. Again, angled in, hitting the seam and moving away from Gabby Lewis. A bit of an appeal, but turned down by Jonathan Blades. She'll want to finish you over well.
Oh, no. Oh, that's such a pity. Yeah, 2 wides.
Yeah, probably just breaking her wrist at the last minute. She did struggle with this in the first game. She bowled a few ways down the leg side. See her wiping her hand, perhaps not being able to grip the ball very well.
Well, she did have it cross seam and then went back to seam up for that delivery. Oh, she got hold of that one. Orla Prendergast. It was only a matter of time, and it's a 1 bounce 4.
The extra delivery, serving the Irish well. That last ball goes for a boundary. Ireland 31 for 1 after 7. Yeah, short and standing up. Easy pickings for Orla Prendergast. Hitting it 1 bounce into that vacant deep mid-wicket boundary. Good end to the over for the Irish.
James.
Ireland 31 for 1 after 7. I'm Mally Richards. I'm joined by former West Indian player, women's player in Stacey Ann King. This is the 4 again, just sat up. First time she's really erred in length, Stacey Ann, just dropping a bit too short there.
Yeah, and it's something Shakira Salman would have mentioned. Once you get short, and the Irish batters, they'll stand back. They'll stand almost on a leg guard in order to pick up that length to pull. So giving herself some room.
Just a bit of confusion in terms of who was going to bowl there, but it looks like the skipper is going to take the mantle. And what a career it's been so far for Hayley Matthews. All round top performer for the West Indies. Some 7 wickets away from what would be a milestone, 100 wickets in ODI cricket. We saw her in that first game pick up the player of the match performance with her 3 for and that century. And I think it's going to be a trial by spin here pretty much for Ireland.
Introducing spin quite early, Hayley Matthews, because her seamers, well, they've been really ill-disciplined thus far. And of course, that workload for Chanel Henry. She's bowled 2 overs for 9 runs. In the first ODI, she would have bowled just 2 overs as well. So coming back from injury and just looking at that workload, I'm sure she would have expected more Hayley Matthews from her pacers.
Yeah, especially with the new ball. You know, still somewhat helpful conditions. Starts down the leg side, though. So that ill-discipline you were talking about, just coming into play here a bit early in this Hayley Matthews spell. 4 runs to Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, it's just too easy. Helping it along that leg side line that Matthews bowled. And again, it's power play, so it's just 2 feelers outside, so a lot of space to score.
Oh, yeah, come for it. Good.
Just to touch on that ill-discipline that you were speaking about in terms of the wides, the extras here, already 12, 10 wides. And since 2021, the West Indies have conceded the most wides in ODI cricket.
Oh! Moving, Afi. Keep going. Working, team. Keep working, team.
Matthews has settled quite nicely, and it'll be interesting to see how the Irish go about it.
Now, one thing for sure for the Irish, Gabby Lewis is there in the first ODI. 3 major partnerships she was involved in, so they'll be expecting that from her once again, to bat as long as she can, bat as many overs as she can.
It's going to be close. She's going to cross the line there. I think the only issue is, did she probably get outside that off stump? I'd love to see that again.
I just think it's where it's pitching. It looks close, but it just seems to have been going down.
Maybe bounce as well, a bit of an issue. Good comeback from Matthews. Just the boundary off the first delivery. 35 for 1.
Have a look at side on LBW shout. It's quite high as well. So good decision from the umpires.
Yeah, definitely height an issue on that occasion. It's going to be Sherry-Ann Fraser, who I think has been pretty good with this new ball, especially in the power play. I thought Connell and okay, yes, it is going to be Sherry-Ann Fraser. Yeah, she's been very good. She's got the ball to swing, seam as well, that wrist position onshore.
Yeah, picked up a wicket off the second ball of her first over. But what I like about it, it's a left, at that time it was a left and right hand combination, and she was able to adjust quite quickly. And something the other pacers struggled with.
Also, she looked very comfortable with that new ball in hand, especially when the ball was swinging. Maybe something for the West Indies to think about. Gone short there, though. It's going to be yet another wide. So every time she's gone a bit short, the results have been a little negative.
I won't mind this. It almost looks as though it's back of the iron as well, but I don't mind this. It's not a wide lateral. It's a wide for height. So showing some aggression. Sherry-Ann Fraser.
Yeah, just mixing up her lengths quite nicely here. Just seems to be trying to have these Irish batters off balance. It's gone a bit fuller. The foot not really going to that one from Pendergrass. We saw that one in the previous over that probably would have done her for a bit of pace, and Shemaine Campbell as well. So just mixing up her lengths really nicely, Sherry-Ann Fraser. This one's short and smashed. It's going to be 6. Did it take that rope on the fuller just before? I think it's 6.
Well, it hit with power. And just dismissed that delivery. As we're having a closer look.
Has it hit the rope on the full is the question. But as you said, Stacey, it was very dismissive of Prendergrass, wasn't it? She really likes it short. So when Fraser does go short, I think she's really got to bend her back. She can't just put the ball there. It's going to be 6. So this partnership now, what, 26 from 27 deliveries? She just overcompensates, trying to go a little fuller, but wide again. So this indiscipline just creeping back into the West Indies here today. It's been a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, but just what about this shot? Sat back, picked up the length in time, and dismissed it. Lovely from Prendergast.
I think another good thing about that shot is she's quite similar to Chanel Henry. It seems like they've got easy power. Doesn't seem like they're trying to overhit or trying to hit the ball extremely hard. Just really timing, getting themselves in good positions. That's something that we've seen from Prendergrass. She's only been dismissed the one time. She was not out in the second match, 13, 37 in the first. Once again, just having a look back at that crease there. Not sure if she slipped. Just lost her footing is Fraser. So West Indies just need to find these areas again, this indiscipline. The wide count now goes up to 13 in just the 9th over. That's going to be another one. Big appeal, and she's given. Strangled down the leg side. Prendergrass looks very disappointed, but the West Indies, they'll be happy to see the back of her.
Well, being rewarded with a bad delivery, a poor delivery from Fraser. Prendergast, she'll be very disappointed because she did not have to follow this. It was down away. Prendergast goes for 16, Ireland 44 for 2.
It was a confidence. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
Coffee jockey.
So this run rate, just about 5, quite favorable for the Irish, just losing wickets here within this first power play. The second wicket to go down brings Laura Delaney, the captain of this Irish team, to the crease. Pretty dependable, valuable performer for the Irish. Would have seen a pretty good innings of 40 in that first match. It's going to be Fraser.
I don't think she expected to be in this early, Delaney. That's another wide is bold. They're really struggling, West Indies seamers.
Wicket again, all up Pendergrass. Somewhat of an unforced error. We're back live. Sherry-Ann Fraser. No swing on that delivery. It's been quite a long over, hasn't it? The end of her third. 45 for 2.
Come on, girls. Energy, energy, team.
Matthews to continue from the pavilion end.
Catch it.
Swept.
Let it spin. Good.
Timed quite nicely. But one bounce through to Connell, just the one run.
Come on, girls. Come
Yeah,
on,
still
girls.
well, last over of the power play. So those two fielders out deep square and deep mid wicket
Come on, team. Come on, team.
for the two right-handed batters.
Let's go, skipper.
Also probably consider that side the long side here at the Darren Sammy Stadium.
Yeah, just some adjustments, asking them to come off the boundary rope just a bit.
And you can see why, you know, we've seen an all run 4 here today as well. The Irish keen, very keen to rotate this strike. So those fielders on the boundary best served to be 5 or 10 yards off that circle, especially on the big side.
And a change, Slippers come out of that region and gone into a short fine leg region.
Catch it. Yeah,
Just as I said that, they turned down a pretty long single. So just a bit of miscommunication creeping into the Irish running as well. So indiscipline on both sides. Probably seeing two teams still trying to find their way here in international cricket. This one's a little short, pulled away. Something that Gabby Lewis has done very well so far in this series. She's picked length quite quickly.
And she's also batted for time. She's 13 on 20 after 27 deliveries. So you can tell that her mind is made up that she needs to stay there, build partnerships. She's there with captain at present, and they had a pretty good partnership in that first ODI as well.
Yeah, some 70-odd runs. Laura Delaney always looks quite unflustered. Just well bowled by Matthews, just varying that pace, just tossing that one up slightly, getting it to drop quite quickly out the air.
Go ahead, keep going, team.
Just a little too straight again from Matthews. They're going to push for 2. Delaney wants to come back. It's going to be miscommunication again by this pair. Captain definitely wants to have a word with her young charge. She was coming to the danger end, was quite confident as well. But it's the end of that over. 49 for 2.
Yeah, they'll be aware that there were 2 runouts in that first match. Decision there, but got back in time. A few more supporters for Windies women. As they
the umpire just signaling the end of the first power play.
Change the bowler.
It's going to be Aline back into the attack. Only would have bowled the 1 over the beginning of this match. Conceded 6 wides as well. Bowled 12 deliveries in that over. Almost bowled 2 in 1. Well, she did, to be fair. She's back for her second. Edged, quite thick. Fletcher does the fielding on the 3rd man boundary.
And we're wondering really why not just swap the ends that both pacers were struggling at, both Connell and Aline. So a good choice here to bring her back and switch ends. She's coming from the media side now. Just hope to get a better control because she naturally swings the ball away from the right-handers.
And that is something we've seen from Hayley Matthews in this series so far. She's really rotated her pace bowlers. Hasn't really given them long spells. It's 2, 3 at a time. They're in and out. I think the main strength of this attack is the spin. She's gone down that leg side again. Just seeing that wrist just break upon impact there from Aline. Look at it, just starting it a bit too straight and going further down that leg side. Easy single, wide open spaces on this leg side with that fielder back on the mid-wicket boundary.
Can just see Gabby Lewis stretching that hamstring. The first ODI, she did pull up a bit because she was affected.
She overcompensates and goes wide outside that off stump. So more of the same pretty much from Aline in this second spell. The wide count now moves up to 16, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, really disappointed with the start from the Pacers. It looks to be another wide as well. They've got to pick themselves up. This is unacceptable. You want to win this series. You want to win this match. And this is too much. Extras 19. Extras are up to 19. They've got to do better. We need a better effort. That's what the fans will be thinking.
That's a lot better. Every time we've seen a West Indian bowler find that right length and line, that line being just touching it down outside that off stump, good result.
Yeah, Skipper has spoken about consistency, being able to do the same thing over and over for a longer period. It's not that they're not capable, they just need to dig deeper.
Dead ball.
She looks like she went, well, she was attempting a cross-seam delivery on that occasion. So now you can tell, maybe just creeping into her mind now, Aline. She's gone to the cross-seam, trying to stop this ball from swinging. And at the same time, she is at her best when the ball is swinging. So bit of a catch-22 for the young lady. This one is better. Edged away from Delaney. She moves on to 4. Brings Lewis back onto strike. But you were talking about Gabby Lewis and her just stretching. We saw those cramps in that first game. The cramps can really have an effect in terms of the pulling on the muscles. Then there's that soreness. And then she's back for game 2. Just something for her to manage.
That's over.
Yeah, sometimes it can just hinder you as well from taking off a quick single. It's the end of 11, 55 for 2.
Hey, go ahead. Go ahead. Look, Cherry can do it there. I can use it for 45 for both.
So far, Wides joint top score with Orla Pendergrass, 16 from 17. The West Indies would definitely be glad to see the back of her. The way she came out looked quite authoritative.
Come on, girls. Come on, skipper. Come on, team. Come on, team.
Yes, Pendergrass was looking quite authoritative in her innings. Windies would be glad to see the back of her. It's going to be Captain Delaney, though, that open bat face.
I like this from Hayley Matthews. Before her previous over, she had the slip and play for Delaney, who seemed to just be happy to try to work that ball into the leg side to get a single. So now she has Connell in that short, fine position. Yeah, that's what it will do. It will force Delaney to play through the offside now.
And at the same time, it's just dragged Hayley's line a little wider to the right-hander. Probably just started it a little too straight. Made it just a bit too easy for Delaney to just work that into the onside. Lewis 14 from 30. And Ireland will be pretty happy with this. Low-risk scoring from Gabby Lewis. Partnership 13 from 20 now.
Yeah, that partnership just seems to be growing, and West Indies, well, they seem to be a bit flat. Normally you'd hear Shameen Campbell in those thumbs mic just chirping a bit.
You're right. I was wondering whether it was actually the West Indies being flat or the stump mics not working. But to have the team 58 for 2, you've created a few chances. You probably wouldn't be happy with the discipline you've shown, but you should be very enthusiastic.
And as Alex Jordan mentioned, since 2021, West Indies women have not won a home series. So an opportunity here. Things have gone bad, yes, but you now got to pull yourself together and get the result that you want.
I'm beginning to believe that we were the lucky charms having done that last series, but it's the end of that Matthews over, and it will be drinks, Ireland 58 for 2. brilliant drone footage of Rodney Bay here in St. Lucia. Probably my favorite island outside of Antigua. Absolute joy coming here. But Ireland are 58 for 2. Gabby Lewis and Laura Delaney still at the crease. Partnership 14 from 23 deliveries. 2 wickets to fall today, both to Sherry-Ann Fraser-Leopold. First one edging to Hayley Matthews at second slip. Once again, Ola Pendergrass just strangled down the leg side. Sherry-Ann Fraser almost couldn't believe her luck on that occasion. Picking up 2 for 22. 2 for 20, actually, of her 3 overs. Career best figures for the young lady so far. This looks like Afi Fletcher, the leg spinner, into the attack here. 76 wickets in her 66 matches. Brilliant economy rate of just above 4. Best of 4 for 22. But if you, Stacey Ann, current run rate 4.83. The projected score at this rate takes them up to 242. This pair obviously will have to do quite a fair bit of batting for them to get anywhere near that. But they'd be happy with a score of 242, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, definitely they'll be happy with anything over 200. Fletcher herself was pretty expensive in that first ODI. Didn't quite land as well as she wanted to, but eventually came back with wickets. So an opportunity here to start well.
Yeah, that's a good point, Stacey. I thought she pulled it back quite nicely, especially towards the back end of her spell. Picking up those 2 wickets for 49 in her 10. She showed good control throughout. Good skill as well. Every now and again, just gets one to rip off the straight.
Yeah, might have a little inspiration as well to do much better today. Her son, Audie Rennie, is in the stands.
There's that skill we were talking about. She's turned around Laura Delaney there. Big leg spinner. Probably pitching just on or outside that leg stump, Stacey Ann. Good skills from Fletcher.
Well, I did say she has some motivation, her son being here today. And what a delivery. And Delaney played all the way around that. And good catch in the end from Matthews and slip. Delaney goes for 7, 60 for 3.
Amy Hunter steps to the crease at number 5, the youngest centurion in ODI cricket, in women's cricket, in the history of women's cricket. Just 14 matches so far, still quite a young career. That best of 121, and that strike rate, 88, stands out as well. Keeping wicket as well for the first time in ODIs here today is Amy Hunter.
I think her challenge will be how does she get in here, because she has not produced a good score in any of these matches thus far. She has a lot of quality. You mentioned that. ODI century to her name. But here is where it will matter. How does she play Afi Fletcher? How does she apply herself in the middle?
Oh, yeah. All right. One only.
It's a good start from her. Just gets bat on ball, just maneuvers that past Hayley Matthews at first slip for 1 run. But a very successful start for Afi Fletcher. Just the 3 runs coming from it. 61 for 3.
Go on, team.
Here's the wicket again. We were speaking about that big turn that Afi Fletcher possesses. Big turner, pitched on middle and leg. Turned Laura Delaney completely around on that occasion. Easy catch through to slip. Good start from Fletcher.
Yeah, there's Afi Fletcher's son. Oh, there, Renee. And his dad
Come on, Els, come on.
in the pavilion
Let's go.
looking on. You remember her World Cup celebration. As Matthews continues. You remember her World Cup celebration, just dialing those numbers, dialing that digit and showing a wave to her young infant.
It's always good to see that support from the family. We also would have seen that a bit earlier in terms of that cap presentation for the young debutant Amy Maguire, her family on hand as well.
Scoring, girls.
Jane Maguire, her sister, presenting her that cap alongside her mom, dad, sister, grandmother as well.
Yeah, Jane Maguire just missing out because of injury. So imagine how much emotions that is for Jane Maguire, as well as Amy, because they've made this journey, just 16 years of age. You can see the emotions and just how much it means to her.
Just a bit sloppy there from Rashada Williams.
It's okay.
It's always good to see that support, especially with these athletes, these elite athletes. You see them on the field, you see them perform. Sometimes you don't, but they've got this whole support staff behind them. As we see the Irish contingent there, taking keen interest in this match. Good to see the travelling support.
Yeah, enjoying some of this Caribbean weather and lovely St. Lucia.
Hasn't been so Caribbean the last few days or so. Yeah, more Irish-like conditions with the rain around. One just getting away with that one is Matthews, but the end of her fourth, 14 gone, 61 for 3.
Keep going, team.
Only 15 minutes down, 50.
Come on, girls. Jog around, girls. Come on, girls. Come on. Continue. Get your chinny. Come on, team. Come on.
Afi Fletcher, the first ball of her second over. Bowled her first over right after drinks and was successful. Struck gold with a wicket. It's a beautiful afternoon here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground for this third CG United One-Day International. And beside me, the great Sir Curtly, Elcon, Linwall, Ambrose.
Hello, Alex. You seem to know my names better than I do.
They're great names, to be fair.
Has been a very interesting afternoon, isn't it? Lots of wickets, lots and lots of wides.
I knew that was coming.
A bit of indiscipline from the West Indian bowlers.
Yes, indeed, the wides column was the high score for a while there. Gabby Lewis still holding on here, 17 off her 36. Trying to steady the ship here for Ireland. It has been an interesting game. Wides, but then good balls in between. Okay, really let Ireland off with the pressure at the top there. Gabby Lewis is the leading run scorer in this series, 110. So far. But West Indies have managed to pick up a few wickets nonetheless, including that of Orla Prendergast. Leah Paul again with at the top, cheaply. And the captain, Laura Delaney, all down at this stage. 15 overs gone, Ireland 64 for 3.
Batters.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Kiki. Come on, skipper.
64 for 3, Ireland. Women, the wickets going fairly consistently there for the West Indies. Despite some bowling indiscipline, the captain with the ball in her hand from the pavilion end. Hold of that, Gabby Lewis. It will just be the single. I heard Mally Richards mention Amy Hunter earlier as the youngest centurion. It's actually man or woman, youngest man or woman to score a century in ODIs. That was on her 16th birthday, that 121 not out. But I have some trivia question for you, Sir Kirtley. She broke a record that had been there for 22 years. I want you to name the batter who held that record before her. How's that? Jermaine Campbell with a little quest. Not interested, says Titan Butler.
All right, keep going.
Good delivery from Captain Haley Matthews. Just kept going on. Tried to run it down to third man, which is always a dangerous shot to play. And just missed the outside edge.
Don't think you're going to get away from this question, Sir Kirtley. I'll just repeat it again for those in the back. So October 2021, Amy Hunter became the youngest man or woman to score a century in ODIs. That was on her 16th birthday. She was 121 not out. The record before her was held by a great woman. I'll give you that clue. It stood for 22 years.
Now, Miss Alex Jordan, you know I don't know the answer. you just want to embarrass me on national TV.
No, it's a tough one, but an interesting one, I think. It's actually Mitali Raj, the great Mitali Raj.
All right.
Yeah, so quite a record for Amy Hunter, but this is still a big stage for her. She did captain the under-19s before her injury at the under-19 World Cup, but this is a step up. Actually really good to see so many members of the under-19 team on both teams playing. That 16 overs gone, 65 for 3.
Come on, Fletcher.
St. Lucia is a gorgeous island in the Caribbean. It's a windward island. And you can see there, that's the western side. Flat, stunning sea. Fletcher.
All right, Ed.
1 for 6 off her too so far. Always makes an impact on the game.
Come on, team.
I couldn't agree more. She's been around for a long time.
Come on, Fletcher.
Has really served West Indies cricket with distinction.
He's got that away as a chase there. They'll pick up a couple. Running well between the wickets they are Ireland.
Go, Fletcher,
She
go,
did take a
Fletcher.
break a while back, giving birth, and then she came back just like she never left. Still doing very well with those leg breaks.
Oh, it's lifted away and taken comfortably. Oh, she just shrugged her shoulders. Amy Hunter can't believe it, but she has to go. Afi Fletcher strikes again.
She's a happy woman, Afi Fletcher. Since she came into the attack, she has been bowling well. Now picking up a second wicket. A bit of turn, extra bounce. Couldn't get over on top of it and was easily caught at backward point.
Zeta James getting involved in the game again. A brief stay for Amy Hunter. 4 is all she could muster. And Ireland, 68 for 4.
Come on, girls, come on.
Rebecca Stokel, the 23-year-old Dubliner. She's the next batter. 6 matches, 5 innings. High score of 22 she has.
Go on, team, come on,
She
Afi.
will certainly need a lot more than that to get Ireland into a respectable total, something that they can try and defend.
Surely her role here now is just to hold down an end and let Gabby Lewis get stuck in
Come on, Fletcher, come on.
for the women in green. Afi Fletcher having a day out here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Who's that? Oh, not interested, but boy, did they like it.
Looks close from our vantage point. Pitched in line. The googly probably was doing a little bit too much.
Come on, Fletcher.
But she was well on the back foot, so that's interesting.
Swept this time
Ball, Fletcher, ball,
to
Fletcher.
get off the mark.
Go on, team,
Well,
come on,
Ireland
come
had
on.
49 for 2 in their power play today, their highest power play score in this ICC Women's Championship, but still on the back foot.
That was the last wicket to have fallen.
Come on,
A
Fletcher,
bit of
put that ball
turn,
in
extra
now, come on.
bounce. And Afi Fletcher picking up a second wicket.
All right, all right.
Well, another successful over for Afi Fletcher, and after 17, Ireland 70 for 4.
Come on, girls, come on, girls, come on.
Go keep moving, girls. Go keep moving.
Come on, team, come on, team.
Batters, let's go, let's go.
Come on, girls, come on, girls. Come on, Skippy.
Gabby Lewis, a lot on her shoulders this afternoon. She tries to carry this Irish side to a decent total. Hayley Matthews with another appeal. No, not interested. Titan Butler not getting involved. He's giving it leg buys.
Another interesting decision. Hayley Matthews, the skipper and the bowler.
Kelly.
That looked close, Alex, I'm afraid.
Stay.
That's 2. The Windies can feel may have gone their way on another day.
Keep going, girls. Keep going, girls.
Well, the Irish will breathe a sigh of relief. Life still in this innings.
Work, Skip. Work, Skip. Work, team. Work, team. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ballers, ballers. Work, team. Work, team.
This is the third CG United One Day International this week. It's the first day-night affair. So we do expect some crowds this evening as the sun sets. See a few people around the ground.
That's it. All right, all right.
Got that one away. Stokel for the single.
Keep going, team. Keep going, team.
Stephanie Taylor, former captain of this team.
Go on, Skipper. Keep going, Skipper.
A wonderful servant of West Indies cricket. One of the best all-rounders in the game for many years.
All of this will be easily taken. Shamin Campbell.
Go on, keep going, Skipper.
Easily taken, but not out.
Not out.
Work, team. Work, team. Come on, girls. Oh, yes.
Does feel a little precarious here for the Irish. No one looking that comfortable
Finish strong.
at the crease, despite the good batting conditions.
They won the toss, elected to bat first, Ireland. And this is exactly the start they didn't want. Losing 4 wickets already.
Come. All right, all right.
Return, girls.
18 gone, 73 for 4. All right, make your way down if you're in St. Lucia. We're at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Great stuff. West Indies women v Ireland women. You can also save 20% on stadium box off prices when you buy online. That's tickets.windiescricket.com. The Windies Tickets service presented by MasterCard. No, but it's quite an occasion. A wonderful day to watch cricket. Fletcher into her 4th.
That is you. That is you.
She did enjoy that, didn't she? Joseph took out the dive.
Will just be the single. It is great to see the growth of women's cricket, and I think evidence of that is to see the number of under-19s in both squads. We got a glimpse there of Kiana Joseph, who is St. Lucian and from this very area. She's from Grosile, St. Lucia.
I don't think Afi Fletcher would mind the sweep shot that much, because there's a bit of turn, there's a bit of bounce in the surface as well. So I reckon playing the sweep shot could be very dangerous. You could easily get a top edge. So I don't think she would mind that.
What's that dive?
Yeah, she's wily. Afi Fletcher. Been around the circuit, played a lot of international cricket.
Nice, Fletchy. Nice, Fletchy. Nice, Fletchy. Get behind the ball here, girls.
Good.
Lighted that one.
Strong, strong, strong. Stop it.
You Fletch. Nice, Fletchy. Let me tell you, ladies.
That's well bowled. That's 19 gone, 76 for 4. Hayley Matthews
Stop it, Kiana. Good, good.
from the pavilion end. Gabby Lewis looking a little frustrated out there, can't seem to find the gaps.
It's going to be very important that she stays there. She has to stay calm. Lots of overs still to go.
Oh!
Yes, and they suffer in their depth, really, Ireland, so she'll know the importance of her role here.
Go ahead, skipper.
Be steady, try to set some kind of total.
Come for it, Duffy. Good,
Still
good,
30
good.
overs to go after this one. So that's a lot of overs.
Work, skipper.
Lots of time to post a good total.
That's probably just what she's telling herself, so Curtly.
Stop his head up.
4
Hard,
dots
hard.
from the captain.
Work, girls. Keep working,
She gave a clap there to Zeta James, who's so impressive, always active in the field.
Skip.
The pressure is really mounting on the Ireland players. Can't seem to get into a good rhythm.
Go. 1, 1, 1.
Only 3 fours
All right.
and a 6 so far in this innings. And even though the bowling overall has been a little bit indisciplined, not many boundaries have been scored.
Yeah, they haven't really taken advantage of that, have they, Ireland? They were given a break.
Sorry, slip
The
here.
2 opening seamers, lots of wides. Given a lot of time out there to get themselves in. This partnership, just 9 runs from the 20 balls.
Come. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just missed field there. They'll get the single. So 2 off that over, and Ireland are 78 for 4.
Shit. Key. You bowling. Key.
Come on, team. Come on, team.
45.
The Rodney Bay Marina in St. Lucia, gorgeous place if you got your yacht to pull up. If not, fly on in and do like we're doing, staying right there on that beach. So Curtly, really gorgeous from sun up till sundown. And if you want some
Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
action in the evening, of course, that's the home of the world famous Grosy Lay.
Come on, Fletcher. Come on, Fletcher.
Breathtaking part of the world we're in, St. Lucia. Attempted sweep there again. They've got their plan, haven't they, Sir Curtly?
They seem to fancy the sweep shot. But like I mentioned a few moments ago, if Fletcher wouldn't mind, look at that. Pitched on middle, went past the outside edge.
Nice, Fletcher.
Go in, Fletch.
That really should encourage Afi Fletcher a lot.
It's another good ball. You know, we've been talking about the development of women's cricket and the involvement of the under-19s. But of course, another thing we see is mothers in the game.
Go in, team. Keep going, team.
Relatively modern thing to see. Afi Fletcher is one of them. In all different sports, there'd always been discussion about whether, you know, how effective a woman could be after having had a baby, and Afi Fletcher is living, walking proof. Even more wily, as fit,
Come on,
and useful to her side.
Serena Williams from tennis.
Yeah, go in there.
Shelley and Fraser Price from athletics. They all
Kim
gave
Clijsters,
birth,
yeah.
came back, are still just as good.
That's right, and in some ways perhaps more wise. Have the sport more in context now that there's something bigger in their lives. Last ball of the over. Swept away just for the single. 81 for 4 after 21 overs.
21 overs bowled, 81 for 4. Ireland will be hoping that they can get past that 200 mark at 5 and over.
Stop it, stop it. Good, good. Working, girls, keep working, girls.
Quite some time left in this encounter, Shakira Salmon. And the word for the must be partnership here.
Swept away in front of square for 2 runs.
Go on, team. Keep going.
Rebecca Stockwell. Yeah, it's important that these two rebuild the innings for Ireland if they're going to put a formidable total on the board. Good batting conditions. And they were going well and putting the pressure on West Indies when Arlo Prendergast was at the crease with Gabby Lewis. But then they let the West Indies back in. Arlo Prendergast, obviously unfortunate to be strangled down the leg side. But then soft dismissals followed that.
Oh, that one looks good. In fact, the middle stump is out of the ground. And the skipper, Hayley Matthews, picks up her first.
That's brilliant thinking from Captain Hayley Matthews. You asked for variation. That's the quicker delivery. Into the block hole. Stockwell looking to go across, looking for that sweet shot once more. And outfoxed by Hayley Matthews. Lost her middle stump, and she goes for 8. Ireland in further trouble at 83 for 5.
Let's move, let's move. Let's just keep moving.
Well, Ireland have lost half of their batting lineup now, and Arlene Kelly makes her way out to do battle now. 11 matches for her, averaging just 13 in women's ODIs.
Time over 2 balls remaining.
Come on, girls.
Spin has been dominant for the West Indies in this series. She starts fantastic there in terms of that delivery, Hayley Matthews. A full delivery, looking to go for that sweep, something that we've seen Ireland go to for the spinners, but too full on this occasion. And her middle stump, well, that went for a walk. The end of a successful over for the West Indies is 83 for 5. As expected, it will be Fletcher to continue. She's been into a bit of a fantastic work, you would have to say. Shakira picking up 2 from the 5 overs that she's bowled so far.
She's threatened both edges of the bat. Quite often, she's gone to that wrong end. And it hasn't been picked by the Irish batters. Fletcher, the first time she's bowling in West Indies colours in front of her son.
Oh, this one's into the air, will fall well short of Stefanie Taylor. We always knew that spin would play a major role coming in to this series, because when we look at Ireland's dismissals to spin since 2021, the 9 innings for them and 41 dismissals to spin.
We credited a lot of that to the fact that they did play a series in Pakistan where the ball would have turned quite a lot.
Oh, yes.
They've obviously come out with a ploy of using that sweep shot against the spinners.
Work, Afi, work, Afi.
But they've just lost a wicket to that same sweep shot.
Down the leg side and helped towards that fine leg boundary. Much needed runs for Ireland.
And that's where Afi Fletcher struggled in the first game. Just starting that one a bit too straight outside leg stump.
Work, work, Fletcher, come on.
And Arlene Kelly is able to just help that one past the sharp fine leg fielder.
Well, that was the first boundary since some time. 23 overs bowled, it's 88 for 5.
Come on, girls, come on, girls. Come on, skipper, come on.
Just going at 3.83 here, Ireland. And you would expect that the trial by spin will continue, because there's also the likes of Kiana Joseph that will come into play a little bit later.
Stop it, Kiana. Yeah, Kiki. Back up, back up,
Single.
back up.
Yeah, Kiana Joseph would have taken the most of the wickets
Go on, T, keep
at
going,
the
T.
regional tournament. But here's a look back at that wicket. Obviously premeditated by Stockwell. But why I am happy with that is because this is a delivery Haley Matthews has been working very hard on, that faster delivery. Quite often she's bowled it very short.
Stop that. Good.
And she would have struggled with pulling that down. So it's very good to see that she's finally been able to get it in the block hole. I'm sure she's very happy with that.
Oh, yes. Balling, you're balling, skipper, you're balling. Working team. Come on, girls, come on.
And right up in the block hole. Deciding to utilize her variation. Backing herself to land it a lot fuller.
Stop that, stop that. Good, good. Work, girls, work, girls.
They've really been able to mount up the pressure in terms of dot balls
Work team,
here,
work
West
team.
Indies. I'll give you a chance to think about it, Shakira, but how can Ireland get themselves out of, I guess, this little rut that they've put themselves in?
Oh, it's on!
Down the track. And that's probably what would have taken a lot of the conversation out in terms of the possibility of an LBW decision for the umpire. Signals leg buys now.
Ireland almost putting themselves further into that rut you were just talking about, Joel. Lucky.
Come. All right, all right, all right. Easy, easy.
Worked into the leg side, a single
Return, ladies.
to complete the 24th.
Oh, my word.
It's 91 for 5. Two wickets there for Fraser at the start. She started things here for the West Indies women's. Matthews Well, just the one for her and Fletcher. Things have certainly been spinning for her here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. Still quite a lot of time here for Ireland to put together a partnership.
Go on, girls. Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Come on.
Getting back to you now, Shakira, just in terms of how Ireland can look to approach this passage of play for them.
It's important that they bat overs. They have time. They're only just at the halfway stage. So 25 overs left at the end of this over. But they wouldn't just want to bat and allow West Indies bowlers to get through the overs and bowl at them. They need to rotate the strike and capitalize on the bad deliveries.
All right, stop that, stop that, stop that. Good, good.
Brilliant stop there by Sherry-Ann Fraser. Backing up the efforts of Afi Fletcher, keeping that pressure on Ireland. And certainly a lot will depend on Gabby Lewis, who's still out there batting well.
Yeah, and even though the West Indies spinners have been quite economical and have taken wickets, they have offered a few scoring opportunities that weren't taken. There were a few short. Wrong and again, not picked. Luckily for Ireland, it takes the inside edge. But they have offered up West Indies some short and wide deliveries that Ireland weren't able to capitalize on.
The end of another over. 4 from it. It's 95 for 5. Well, Shakira, wouldn't you want to be out there right about now? The cricket is fantastic, but trust me, those waters are just as good, dare I say, even better to be on. Who knows, a couple off days coming up after this one. Maybe we might get a chance to be out there and enjoy the beautiful sunshine of St. Lucia.
Stop it, stop it. Good, good day, good day. Work, skipper, work, skipper.
Enter our last over here now, Hayley Matthews, just 20 runs from it. The other interesting thing about how they've employed these spinners is the amount of time they've taken out of the game. In the sense of how quickly they've been able to turn around. So boundaries have not been coming, have been unable to really rotate the striking. It's just allowed West Indies to keep coming at them, and build up that pressure as well.
Oh yes, oh yes.
You look up at the scoreboard and all of a sudden you're closer towards that 30 over mark. You start to maybe feel a bit more pressure, and that might also cause you to play a false shot or two as well.
Yeah, but Ireland will know after Hayley Matthews and Afi Fletcher, it's only Kiana Joseph, unless West Indies decides to give Stephanie Taylor a bowl. And then they're back to the seamers who struggle to control the ball. The seamers who they've played a lot easier.
Probably just sliding down the leg side on that occasion. Hayley Matthews has been getting some generous turn here out of this surface.
Yeah, that one clearly going down the leg side. With the keeper, Shimmy Campbell, shuffling down leg.
Give me that best ball here.
And sharp turn to complete what will be a fantastic spell for the skipper. Just one. A wicket for her, 20 in it. 26 bowled, it's a 95 for 5. Well, it's been 10 overs for Hayley Matthews, and just look at that dots column, 44 for her. She's really applied that pressure. She's bowled in good areas, as you would say, been rewarded with that 1 wicket and an economy rate of just 2 for the captain. She'd take those figures, you'd probably say, every day of the week, Shakira. Well, it's going to be the leading wicket taker in the women's regional tournament. Into the attack now, Kiana Joseph. A bit of left arm spin now from this media center end.
She took 2 for 53 from her 10 overs in that first game. Then she didn't feature, having been rested in the second fixture of this series. Backing, and she'll want to bowl tighter, bring down that economy rate, and continue to apply the pressure that Afi Fletcher and her captain Hayley Matthews have put on the Irish batters.
A bit of aggression shown there in that shot from Arlene Kelly. It's interesting because my thoughts now are going towards, is this probably the stage that Ireland can look to maybe capitalise on a bit and probably put a bit of pressure back onto the West Indies with Kiana Joseph rated just lower, you would have to say, than Hayley Matthews or an Afi Fletcher? Looks to be a slight change in the field here. Sherry-Ann Fraser comes into the circle. The mid-on went back to long on that occasion.
I support the Irish batters taking on and showing controlled aggression against the new bowler in Kiana Joseph. You don't want to let her settle into a rhythm. And having faced her in that first game, they'll know that she's not a big spinner of the ball.
Well, aggression shown, and aggression pays off for Gabby Lewis.
Gabby Lewis going to that favoured sweet shot. And she's able to bisect the gap, the big gap between deep mid wicket and deep backward square for only the 5th boundary of this innings.
Productive over for Ireland. It also brings up the 100 in that one. It's 101 for 5.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Sherry. Meals.
That last over amongst one of the most productive for Ireland women. And you just wonder if maybe that trend might continue as we head towards the business end of this CG United ODI. A change of ends for Afi Fletcher.
Just as he thought perhaps they were going to get a break with the introduction of 2 new bowlers. Fletcher comes from the pavilion end.
With just the 3 overs left for Afi Fletcher, you must tell yourself that is a case whereby you must look to batter out. Obviously, the most threatening delivery is that one that comes back into the pads, that googly. Good use of the feet by Arlene Kelly. And that's something else that we've seen Ireland do, funny enough, throughout the games that they've played here, especially in that first ODI. They used their feet quite nicely. I heard you mention the wickets that fell to spin in Pakistan. And interestingly enough, a lot of those wickets fell because of the use of the feet. Obviously, we know that in Pakistan, the surfaces turn a bit more. And obviously here now in West Indies, they've still brought that same level of confidence, and it's kind of paid off for them in periods using their feet to the ball. It just must be a case here of working it around, getting what's on offer from Fletcher, not allowing her to take another wicket, and seeing what else West Indies have to offer coming on towards the back end.
Yeah, they'll still want to milk her, score offer, but take fewer risks and not allow her to take another wicket, as this is a very important partnership. It's really good to see that Arlene Kelly isn't afraid to use her feet after she was stumped in that first game.
Ends with the dot ball, 28 gone, 103 for 5.
Kiana Joseph in for her second. Current run rate 3.64. As we start to see a bit of a sprinkle coming down. Sekirtli alongside me. Sekirtli, we've talked about how good this surface is. We've seen wickets to pace and spin. What do you think Ireland needs to do to get themselves to a respectable total?
They certainly need a good partnership. They haven't had one up to this point. Lewis is still there. She's going to be key. But a good partnership would make a big difference.
Yeah, just doing the hard yards. And Gabby Lewis, she's opened the batting. And a lot is dependent on her because she has lost partners and they've lost wickets at crucial times. Projected scores, they'd love to get to that at least a 5 and pull over. It's the end of 29, 104 for 5. Projected scores for Ireland. If they score at 5 per over, they can get to 209, which I think should be comfortable.
Come on, Af, come on, Af.
Fletcher to continue.
Slight drizzle at the moment. The groundsmen are just kind of preparing just in the event that the rain gets a bit harder. But so far, no immediate threats. But they are getting in position just to be sure.
There's a shout, and the finger, the dreaded finger goes up. In Kelly, well, she has to go.
Another attempted sweep shot brought the demise. Pitched in line, was going straight on. Good decision, I think, as the rain is coming down a bit heavier. Arlene Kelly's gone for 8. Ireland 105 for 6.
Rain is making its way Once again, but it just seems to be easing. Yeah, just as they were about to bring them on the covers, it just seemed to have passed across. The rain gods are with us, Curtly.
Come on, Fletcher. 2 more, buddy. 2 more in the bind. 2 more in the bind.
A little sprinkle just earlier on has now cleared, so we're continuing with this match. The rain gods are definitely with us. A new batter, Sophie McMahon. 12 matches, has a best of 42.
Ireland could certainly use those 42 runs now to add to this paltry total at the moment. And this was the dismissal of the last wicket. Went for the sweep shot again. Pitched in line, went straight on, and good decision by the umpire.
I like the option of playing the sweep shot against the spinners, but you've got to pick the line. You've got to pick that length as well. And too many batters thus far from Ireland just not reading Afi Fletcher.
Oh, yes!
Some of the attempted sweep shots, in my opinion, Stacey, were premeditated. They figured, go for the sweep shot, try to hit Afi Fletcher off her line, off her length, but it's not working. So maybe you should forget about the sweep shot for now and play more conventional strokes.
I agree. Just get into those visas. Your coaches would say, get that stride in because they are quite tall batters. And just try to maneuver. Yeah, nicely driven into the offside.
Work, girls, work, girls.
Sometimes as players, you would know, Stacey, and that certain shots are not working for you. You got to just put that on the back burner for a while if it's not working. And the sweep shot definitely not working all that well for the Irish today.
A poorly lined delivery and a chance or a possible chance just went begging Kiana Joseph, but it runs into the boundary for 4. An opportunity diving to her left, Kiana Joseph, but didn't make contact. So 4 runs to Ireland, 110 for 6. And Gabby Lewis standing out with that 43. Still out in the middle.
The middle, please.
The middle stop. Bowler, left arm brown.
Thank you. Go on, Kiki. Go on, Kiki.
And Joseph to continue. A really good delivery.
Go on, Kiki. Keep going, Kiki.
And just the 3 fielders out for Joseph. And there's an appeal, and the finger is given. Everyone was appealing. Makes the breakthrough again, Kiana Joseph.
And the Irish are falling apart. They have no answer to the West Indies bowlers. Kiana Joseph pitched in line, kept going, would have hit middle and leg. Umpire judged it out, and that dreaded finger goes up. And Ireland are in all sorts of trouble. Sophie McMahon's short stay has come to an end. It's 110 for 7.
Ireland will Be happy to take a drinks break at this time. This is where Ireland stand at present 110 for 7 after winning the toss, and Upton to have a bad face. I don't think this is where they want to be. Yeah, they've lost 4 wickets at crucial times. And this was the last wicket of McMahon. And Kiana Joseph getting the breakthrough. Ava Canning, the new batter, just 3 matches. A best of 6.
She's under tremendous pressure to stay there with Lewis. Has been very ordinary batting from the Ireland players. No partnership whatsoever.
Yeah, afraid to take a single as well, so just that uncertainty. Gabby Lewis, well, she's still there. She's on 43. You just wonder what's the message coming out with Canning. Do we bat out these overs, try to get a respectable total, get to at least 150? Oh, she's off the mark now. And it's the last delivery of this over. 111 for 7. And 7 bowlers used by West Indies. Was a bit of a shaky start from the Pacers. Fraser picked up 2 wickets, but then it's all been spin. Fletcher with 3 for 34. And Haley Matthews, well, you can't keep her out of the game. And now Kiana Joseph.
Come on, Afi. This is it there, this is it there.
Fletcher for her final over. Chance again, just dropping short of slip.
Ball, Afi, ball, Afi.
Haley Matthews, the skipper. Smile on her face.
Stop it.
Of course, she'll be very happy with where they are at the moment. Ireland having won the toss, elected to bat first. are in serious trouble.
And she might have been a bit worried at start with those wides. And just 2 runs on the board off the bat. And there were a number, at least 11 wides from West Indies. But they've come back really well. Again, spin coming into play and pulling things back. And we can't forget Fraser and how excellent she was with those 2 wickets that she picked up in her first spell. Yeah, just play it into the offside. Lewis just happy to rotate the strike at present.
This is it there now. This is it
And
now.
has faith in Canning.
Well, I think that the position that they're in, they need to take every single one possible.
It's the end of 32. 114 for 7. Fletcher, well, she's been spot on today and picked up 3 for 37. Really spun a web around these Irish batters, backed up with some really good feeling, good catching. Son ODI, Renee, who's in the stands, some motivation for her. Economy rate of 3.70. Excellent. And Joseph to continue.
Come on, Kiki. Come. All right.
Yeah, happy to give the single to Gabby Lewis. And still a few options available for Hayley Matthews. Yeah, a gift. A gift, and that is punished by Ava Cunning.
It certainly was a gift.
Come on, Kiana.
A full toss from Kiana Joseph, and was hit away good and firm through mid-off by Canning for 4. Sheldon Fraser had no chance. And a rare boundary for the island.
Come on, girls, come on.
7 4s and 1 6 in his innings.
Canning is now going past her best. Came into this match with 6 being her best. She's now on 8.
Come on, Kiki. One setter. All right.
Yeah, gets off the edge. Another single.
This is where the West Indians don't want to ease up the pressure. You know, sometimes when I have a team in this situation, with not many runs on the board, you tend to ease up a bit, maybe become a little bit complacent, and that's exactly what you don't want to do.
Oh, yes, Kiki.
Here's where you got to really be ruthless and try and kill them off. 33 overs gone, 121 for 7.
Gabby Lewis standing out with that 45 from 78. Nothing much other than Ola Prendergast with 16 from 17. Everything else is in double figures. In single figures, I beg your pardon.
Got John, eh?
Change the ball in right time over.
Mid. In front. Just a bit. Come on, girls, come on.
Stephanie Taylor. We haven't seen her with ball in hand of lately. On 51 matches, a best of 4 for 17. Let's look at that economy rate, 3.53.
What a player she is. What a player.
I did see her with ball in hand, getting through those warm-up sessions earlier on before the match.
Come on, Steph. Come on, Steph.
Yeah, we haven't seen one of those for some time.
Come on, Steph. Come on.
Yeah, pulled away. And that's a great shot. That's a great shot from Lewis.
Badly line delivery from Stephanie Taylor. Pitched outside the leg stump. Was a bit flat as well. I was swept away quite convincingly by Lewis for 4. I think Stephanie probably need to take some pace off the deliveries and force Lewis and even Canning to really go after the ball and hit it, as opposed to using the pace.
Yeah, agreed fully. It's too easy for Lewis, somebody of her, a batter of her caliber. She does have some protection on the leg side. Yeah, just seem to be all over the place a bit. Taylor.
She hasn't bowled for a while, so I reckon it's the lack of bowling. Shows she's not really spot on. Very experienced campaigner, but the lack of bowling is showing at this time.
Yeah, that definitely would have been a wide delivery, but Gabby Lewis brings up her 50. Raises her bat into her dressing room and to those supporters.
Go on, keep going, Steph.
In the context of the game, it's well played 50 so far. Took her 79 deliveries, but it was well played.
Oh yeah, Steffi! Not more like you, Steffi. Work team, work team.
Really struggling, Stephanie Taylor. Just can't seem to get it spot on. And like I said a few moments ago, Stacey, and it's from the lack of bowling.
Yeah, I agree. Just the consistency. And it's the end of 34. 129 for 7. Leading run scorers in this series, Gabby Lewis, well, she stands out with 143. Matthews 109. Kiana Joseph.
Run out. All right, easy, easy.
Impressive from Lewis. This partnership with 20 runs from 25 balls between Lewis and Canning. Every run counts.
All right, all right. Sorry. Go on, Kiana, go on, Kiana.
Yeah, just stretching out those legs.
Stop that, stop that.
Lewis She would remember those cramps that she faced in that first ODI.
It was extremely hot. She batted for a long time as well.
Oh yes, Kiki. Work, Kiki. Go on, team, keep going,
Much
girls.
better conditions today. Much cooler.
Stop it, guy.
Yeah, driven firmly.
Look at Cherry,
Cherry and Fraser just getting a hand to it. Oh, a foot. But it would have been 4 runs. Again, just her athleticism in the field.
Yeah, 41. One left. One more.
That's what they say. Get some part of your body behind the ball.
That's over as well.
Well, there's a appeal for stumping, and they have gone upstairs to check.
And checking for no ball first, but seems to be clear.
They see jog her back leg out of the crease. Wicketkeeper Campbell looked very convinced. Is it in the air, or did she get it back just in time?
Just seems to have gotten that toe down. That right toe down in time.
Bowling from the players for the Mid-innings, that's from Taylor.
The awareness from Campbell.
Not out.
And not out the decision from umpire Butler. Yeah, cut up-ish. Zeta James giving chase. And 2 comfortable runs.
Pretty good, Dave. All right, keep going, Steph. Keep going, Steph. Come on, Steph. Come on, Steffi. Bowling ball. Ball, Steph. Ball, Steph. Work, team. Work, team.
Stefani Taylor
Back up.
into her second over. First time we've seen her with the ball for a very long time in West Indian colours. Would have taken some 153 wickets though in ODIs. Playing her 151st match here at the Darren Sammy Stadium today.
Oh, yeah, Steffi.
To be fair, she did bowl when West Indies women played against New Zealand women in Antigua last year. But she was utilized because nothing was happening for the West Indian bowlers.
Yes, oh yes, oh yes.
West Indies on top on this occasion. And I'm quite surprised to see Captain Haley Matthews turn to Taylor, even though Zeta James is on the field.
Come on.
This one's just worked away. I agree with you, Shakira. A multitude of spin options available, but going to Taylor. Gabby Lewis bringing up her 7th ODI half-century here today. Easy breezy through the covers from the cover girl of Irish cricket on that occasion. Showing good power on the onside as well. Getting deep in her crease on that occasion. Bringing up that 7th ODI half-century. She's led from the front in what must be said has been a pretty disappointing batting performance from the Irish.
Yeah, she got to her second 50 in this 3-match series. She's been the lone soldier for the Irish The other batters would be very disappointed with the way they were dismissed, especially after opting to bat first.
Change the bowler. Left arm wrong.
We just spoke about Zayda James, and it looks as though she's now being introduced into the attack. This time from the media center end.
With her left arm orthodox spinners, the young all-rounder hailing from St. Lucia. Big family in the crowd as well, big supporting contingent here.
She comes on to replace Kiana Joseph, who was able to get a wicket, but she was still not as economical as the captain would have wanted her to be. Just not showing the consistency and the control.
Yeah, but when you've got a multitude of options at your disposal, it does give you that luxury to pull them in and out, to rotate. We haven't seen the Pacers for a while. Shamilia Kano hasn't bowled since that power play, the first couple overs or so.
Yeah, Connell has only bowled 2 overs. 2 pretty good overs. She hasn't been reintroduced into the attack. And I understand spin has been taking the wickets for West Indies.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
But you still want to bat your senior bowlers. This partnership continues to build.
Come on, Zed.
Yes, Shakira, it's gone up to 30 now from 40 deliveries, making it the best partnership of this Irish innings, bettering the partnership between Lewis and Prendergrass of 28, just 28. And this run rate, at a time when it should be building, is just going down. It's now below 4.
Shabika Gajnabi on the field as a substitute fielder and just taking one to the face. But she's good, I'm sure.
Rub it, ma. Rub it.
Just running past that ball slightly and having to take it on her left side.
Oh, yeah. Come. Good.
Start is over.
Come on, Steph. Come on, Steph.
Pretty solid start from James, 140 for 7. Well, we've got this women's series between the West Indies and Ireland, but we've also got the men. West Indies versus India, July to August 2023. First test, Dominica. Second, Trinidad. Barbados for the ODIs. First 2. Third and the first T20 in Trinidad. Second and third in Guyana. Fourth and fifth in Florida. Tickets now available at 20% discount when you purchase online from the West Indies ticket service.
Stop it. All right.
That Indian side is slated to play a 2-day warm-up game in Barbados on July 5th and 6th at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, I find it amazing how the BCCI always somehow finds a window to get some sort of preparation for their team. But as you said, looking forward to that series indeed.
Catch it, boy. Oh, yes. Oh, almost. Keep going, stop. Work.
I'm just wondering if the reason for bowling Stephanie Taylor is to test that fitness. To my recollection, she didn't bowl in that CG United Super 50 tournament.
Oh, all right, Jada.
To be fair to you, seeing her this morning in the warm-up, and she bowled quite a rigorous spell, actually, with assistant coach Steve Liebert, gave me the inkling that possibly we could have seen her here today. So said, so done. This one's been hit quite hard and straight. Back past Taylor. Bit of work for Ghaznavi. She tumbles, but manages to corral that one inside the boundary. Just 2 runs. So the end of the 38th, 143 for 7. So the highest partnership of the innings between Canning and Lewis. This partnership of 33. It's been real hard work for the Irish, but and it's been a real trial by spin. You would probably anticipate that with this West Indian attack that they would bombard the Irish with spin. We saw 26 consecutive overs in the first match, obviously the abandoned one in the second. But here, once again, heavy spin attack. And the Irish just floundering, especially towards the back end of this innings. But it's going to be Zayda James from the media center end.
And this being the 27th consecutive over spin by the West Indies.
Work, Zayda, work, Zayda. Come on, girls, come on, girls.
Just wonder how long it will take Haley Matthews to reintroduce a pacer.
Especially with a bit of moisture around Shakira. Overhead conditions just becoming slightly cloudy now. Good conditions for the pace bowler to come back into. But we did see them struggle, especially when that ball was just swinging. Aliyah Aline in particular, just struggling to control the swing. Oh, and it's dropped. First one we've seen go down from Haley Matthews. Pretty straightforward catch at first slip. Not managing to take that one.
Pretty uncharacteristic of Haley Matthews. She praised herself on her slip fielding. And a pretty simple chance gone to begging. Disappointment for Zayda James. It would have been her maiden wicket in ODIs.
Yes, what a moment that would have been, especially with such a big supporting contingent here in the crowd for young Zayda James, but it wasn't to be.
Stop it. Well done, Zayda.
Just looking at her bowling though, doesn't seem to be the biggest turner of the ball, Shakira. Just looks to bowl in between wicket and wicket more often than not.
Yeah, quite similar to Kiana Joseph. Remember, these two were first medium pacers. So perhaps still learning the art of left arm spin. A dot to end the over. Ireland 146 for 7.
So the first, second, just a reminder of the dates here for this series, West Indies, India. First and second ODI, 27th and 29th July in Barbados. The third and first T20, 1st and 3rd of August in Trinidad. Also, remember, tickets.windiescricket.com for those tickets.
So 3 overs for Stephanie Taylor. And now we've seen the reintroduction of Kiana Joseph. Switching ends.
This one's been hit quite hard, well in front of square. Bit of work for Fraser, but she can't save that one. So pressure on Joseph here early into her second spell, going for 4 off that first delivery.
Yeah, Kiana Joseph continuing to struggle with finding the right length. Valiant effort on the boundary. But the athletic Cherry-Ann Fraser, but she's unable to stop it. Good period of play here for the Irish, and they bring up their 150. with that boundary.
This one, she finds that gap through the covers. Once again, her strong area. That Gabby Lewis loves the offside, almost stays leg side at times.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
Yeah, gorgeous drive. Kiana Joseph overcompensating, getting too full and too wide on that occasion. And meat and drink for Gabby Lewis. I'm almost tempted to say that one deserved for as well.
Stop it, stop.
This one is hit quite nicely, but doesn't find the gap on this occasion. 7 runs off the first 3
Go on, Kiki.
for Joseph here in her second spell. This partnership grows to 43 from 57 deliveries. This run rate just threatening to get to 4s.
Come on, Kiana, come on.
Joseph really struggling to get energy into this bowling.
Come on, girls, come on. Girls, time for one,
Still
girls,
think
time
she
for
has a
one,
lot more
girls, come on.
energy.
Not bad.
And I remember when she bowled against South Africa in Antigua, I think that
Come on,
was.
Kiana, come
The
on.
South Africans were commending the way that she bowled against them. She had a lot of energy and she attacked the stumps a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
This one she's chopped on though. So she's come back well after a pretty shaky start in this over. She dismisses Canning. This profitable partnership is ended. She goes for 20. Joseph picks up her second, 153 for 8.
Yeah, attacking the stumps a bit more, a bit tighter in that line. Cannon looking to run that ball just behind square. She goes for a very good 20, her best score, 20. And she goes, Ireland lose their 8th for 153.
Point, point. You don't say that point. Come on, you gotta go point.
No, it's about that point.
Let's go back point.
You want to straight out point? Go then. Go square.
That's probably that one over there. And come on, you gotta go middle.
Yeah, but somebody still got to go.
Yeah, one that go middle.
Okay. I need to do mid. I need somebody to do deep mid.
New batter is Cara Murray. She comes to the crease at number 10. Just played the 19 matches, best of 9. But I think she's really made an impact with the ball in this series so far, picking up 3 wickets in that first match, 3 pretty big wickets as well in the situation.
Cara Murray will be happy with the purchase she's seen West Indies spinners able to extract from this wicket. Just to look back at Ava Canning's dismissal. She's looking to run that ball square. Perhaps would have been advised to punch it in front of her.
Yes, but I thought it was a pretty game effort from the young lady in partnership with Gabby Lewis. Maybe showing the top order batters the way.
I think she did what was required of her. She really stepped up when the team needed it. I'm interested to see how Gabby Lewis will play now. Obviously the last 2 wickets. So does she increase her tempo, or does she trust these batters to stay with her up until that 50th over?
The issue is she's got to be very clear on her scoring options. Fast running out of partners, just the 2 wickets left. 65 from 92 now, playing this lone hand for the Irish. This one's edged away quite fine. Actually, thickish edge down to third man. They come back for 2. So Murray showing good energy. End of that James over. Just 9 remain, 156 for 8.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Come on, put something in it. Come on, team. Come on, team. Allez, come on, fast. Come on, T, come on.
Does Gabby Lewis start going after the bowling here?
Easy,
Back can't find the gap on the offside.
Come on, Kiana. Come on, Kiana.
Pressure building from here. The current projected score would be 190. Definitely not enough, I think, in this situation.
All right, all right, all right.
Yeah, it shouldn't be enough on such a good batting pitch. And it wouldn't have been what they wanted when they opted to bat first.
Get it, boy. All right, all right, all right.
Good bit of work by Haley Matthews. A short third, diving to her left and keeping that to just 1. What's important is realistically, how many runs do the Irish think they can accumulate from this position?
Kiana, come on. Stop it, Zeta. Good, good. Yeah.
Brilliant by Zeta James at backward point. Very athletic and energetic. And she's been diving around the entire series, making that backward point position her own. Diving to her strong side. But a very good stop nonetheless.
Stop it, stop it. Come on, Kiana,
And
come on,
Manny, I
Kiana.
suppose a message would have been sent when the Irish lost that wicket. A message to Gabby Lewis about how much they were looking to accumulate. A dot to finish the over, just 1 from that over. Irish 157 for 8.
Going, girls. Keep going, girls. Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Come on. Go, let's go, Z.
Zeta James continues from the commentary end in the cool of the evening here now in St. Lucia.
Work, Z. Come on, girls.
It's been cloudy day, bits of sunshine, but definitely cooler out there now.
Oh, stop it, stop it.
And so far, a masterful innings from Gabby Lewis, considering the context, Stacey Ann King.
Keep going, girls.
Yeah, she's been there from inception. You can see that she is perspiring a lot because it takes a lot from her.
Oh, yeah.
It takes a lot from any batter just to stay there and just hold things together, be that pin that holds things together for her team. 97 deliveries.
Yeah, and you would imagine it hasn't been the most free-flowing innings from her. She's been a bit hamstrung, losing partners at the other end. 10 overs to go here now, or 7 overs. Oh, that struck nicely, straight down the ground, just be a single. But what is the mindset of Gabby Lewis at this stage? Is she trying to bat out the overs? As she picked a number and decided, now with overs, this many wickets gone, it's time to get dead aggressive?
Yeah, she has a foundation, so she'll need to try and bat out these overs, because once she stays there, Ireland, they can get to that 200 mark.
160 for 8.
one coming. You know, I got a one coming. Go on, girls. Go on, girls. Come on, Kiana.
Kiana Joseph to Gabby Lewis, who's found the gaps all day. Done well at that. Zeta James again on the ground. Vociferous support for her from the stands. And that fielding effort.
Yeah, really good from Zeta James. She's been in the hot spot at that backward point region. And being a left-hander also helps because most of the time those deliveries go to your left. You can see the smile on her face as well, really enjoying her game.
So refreshing to watch. That's why we play, right? We love it.
Yeah, made her ODI debut in the first of the series.
She's done well with that, Gabby Lewis. That's 4 runs, 4 more to the Irish total.
And we mentioned she's been there from inception, and this is what she'll do to the back end of things, Gabby Lewis. If over-pitched, it will be dismissed.
Wonderful bat swing here, all the way through. Looking a little disheartened, that body language from Kiana Joseph. She's also at home here in St. Lucia. We'll want her best performance. 6 off the first 2 balls of this over.
Yeah, how does she come back from here? It's already 6 runs, as you mentioned, off 2 balls, and Gabby Lewis is on strike. She's on 74 from 100.
Taking this one off the back foot. Looking very comfortable, she is, Lewis.
Back up, back up.
Yeah, happy to take the single.
You mentioned that Ireland must be thinking now, looking at that 200 mark, with Gabby Lewis fully set. Still a couple wickets in the bag. But how disappointed would West Indies be with that, having had them in some difficult situations this afternoon?
Yeah, they picked up wickets at crucial times, but just weren't able to hold things together. And they've given away just a few boundaries of bad deliveries.
Yeah, that partnership with Ava Canning and Gabby Lewis was helpful for the Irish, this back end. Oh, she's already halfway down. Some confusion, but comfortable single in the end.
Yeah, good single from Amori to get Lewis on strike. And just the awareness of things. Yeah, the more balls that Lewis faces in these last few overs, it will be important. It will decide where Ireland ends.
Well, another productive over for the Irish. 9 off it, 169 for 8.
Canning and Lewis and that partnership of 43. They've had a few starts, they've had a few partnerships, but nothing of big relevance.
Yeah, 43 runs off that partnership between Canning and Lewis would not have been what the West Indies were looking for. 28 runs between Prendergast and Lewis, that was expected to be the big partnership. So a bit of a salvage job done by Ava Canning there. And Ireland still not rolled over yet. 6 overs to go in this context. Zeta James continues from the commentary end.
They almost had her first wicket a few overs ago.
Yeah, the captain will be disappointed not to have been able to hold on to that, to give Zeta James her first wicket. But Shakira Salman rightly said, uncharacteristic of Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, sets really high standards for herself in that slip region.
Got a hand to it as well. It was a bit low and left.
Keep working, girl.
I think her body was moving right, didn't manage. We'll have another look at it in a moment.
All right.
I like this from Zeta James, just flighting a few deliveries here. Yeah, this was that opportunity we were speaking about. And went to Matthews' left, and she just seemed to have been going right.
Catch it. Touchdown.
They seem to be trying to buy a wicket here, Zeta James.
Yeah, she'll be desperate, of course, to do it in front of her friends and family. In her first ODI series with the West Indies. It's a rare opportunity.
Back up.
Yeah, to be playing at home in front of your home crowd, making your debut in St. Lucia.
That's the over. 5 to go. 172 for 8.
Yeah, her mom, Debbie, dad, Darren, twin sister Janina, and little sister Anushka. So full support.
Yeah, very interesting. She has a fraternal twin, Janina, and you can see her there, just behind her mum in the white hat. And she looks a lot like her. You know, usually fraternal twins don't look so similar, but these two really do look very similar. There she is waving. They can see themselves. A wonderful moment for the James family. Janelle Henry back with the ball in hand. Shakira Salmon will be happy to see this. It's been a while since we've seen some pace.
I think we all will be happy to see this, especially Chanel Henry coming back, because she's only bowled those 2 overs in her first spell. And again, just looking at the workload, because we saw that as well in the first match. She only bowled 2 overs, so coming back to the back end of things here.
This is the first over of seam since the 11th over. Can they find a breakthrough with this change? Good running between the wickets, very comfortable too in the end for Ireland.
West Indies will have to be careful here, because these are the times, or this phase of the match is when they tend to just sit back on things.
Yes, they'll feel that the Ireland innings has meandered along a bit longer than they would have liked. West Indies. See Matthews moving Kiana Joseph a bit squarer. Yeah, very interesting. Obviously, spin has been dominant and the big choice of Hayley Matthews. Are you surprised, Stacey Ann King, to have waited so long to see this pace back into the attack?
I think I understand the injury part of things, where workload for Chanel Henry is important. And you really wanted some of the other bowlers to really step up, because Chanel Henry did not feature in that regional CG United tournament, nor did she feature in anything so far for West Indies. So
that's up-ish, but will land in space and will run away for 4 runs off the bat of Murray. A high five from from Gabby Lewis.
yeah, totally enjoying that. Even the dressing room is enjoying that 4 much-needed runs. Ireland will definitely love this. Again, just staying leg side of the delivery and slashing through the off. Ireland moved to 179 for 8. Yeah, these were the times that we're talking about, that they need to be tight. They need to keep things tighter in this phase. 7 runs already off this over.
The last 4 coming off the bat of Murray. Whipped away. Another single. Cara Murray looking really comfortable. They've done well this tail end for Ireland.
She just seems to be enjoying this, enjoying being out there with Gabby Lewis. 27 already from 34 balls, this partnership.
A big swing, didn't get all of it, but she doesn't need to. It's another boundary off the bat of Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, poor line from Janelle Henry. Helped and played much finer. And Jamila Connell did not have a chance. She was much squarer. Lewis now moves on to 85.
12 runs already off this over and a ball to go. Gabby Lewis at 85. Looking very strong and steady. Opportunities for her. And her ODI stats. Well, a productive over for the Irish. 46 gone, 185 for 8. Right, well, the Irish women are here in St. Lucia, but lots of cricket in the West Indies this summer. West Indies versus England. This is winter in December. Starts in Antigua, and the first 2 ODIs in Antigua. Then off to Barbados for the 3rd CG United One Day International, and the start of the T20 series also in Barbados. Heads to Grenada and then to Trinidad. Tickets online, guys. Get involved. Tickies.windiescricket.com. Presented by MasterCard. Let's have another look at that. If you're interested in coming to the Caribbean this December, lots going on. Tickets available, guys, online from the Windies ticket service, presented by MasterCard. Yeah, Gabby Lewis's high score is 96, and she's really not far off that. She had an 83 in the first ODI. Being productive here again for her side.
Yeah, an opportunity here to get to that century. I like the conversations between Lewis and Murray. She knows that Cara Murray's inexperienced. And just using every opportunity to chat with her. And she's doing well. Good partnership, 33 from 40.
Yeah, she's probably saying, hang in there, give me a chance. Wow. Cara Murray not looking overawed by the occasion at all.
Yeah, indeed. Might just see her come up the order in the T20s, but this has been really impressive from her. And sometimes understanding your role is important. And I think Murray understands his.
188 for 8. Yeah. Carry her back. 188 for 8, the Irish currently here in St. Lucia at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. It's Gabby Lewis show. 88 off 114 as players fell around her. She has just maintained a wonderful standard and tempo. Eyeing down a century here. Would be her maiden ODI century. Shamelia Connell's gotten the ball back. Only bowled 2 overs. None for 4. Interesting. It's been all spin dominant. Chanel Henry brought that before this, rather expensive. Let's see how Connell goes from the pavilion end.
Yeah, this is a time that Gabby Lewis is most dangerous. Normally overs number 41 to 50. She scores at a strike rate of 111.
Yeah, she'll feel more freedom now for sure. She's done very well, looking after and protecting her wicket. Oh, straight through the hands of Kiana Joseph. That's another drop. It went straight to her. She was somewhat flat-footed.
And again, just the power from Lewis in that shot. I'm just disappointed, but you should be switched on there through her fingers.
She is facing the sun. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Down the ground, classic Gabby Lewis. Showing us all of her quality.
Yeah, she moves into the 90s, but just a classic player, and especially against pace.
Here's the drop again. It really was straightforward. Went straight to her, had her hands up, but just didn't seem in a sort of very athletic catching position, a bit flat-footed.
Yeah, we spoke about taking the foot off the gas in this crucial point. And current run rate has now gone 1/4.
Yeah, can Cara Murray stay alive here to help Gabby Lewis to her century? Bit of an edge, collected deep third and then get the single.
And what she will do is go hard, Cara Murray, once she's given with.
Yeah, real recovery in these last 2 partnerships. 43 with Canning and 39 with Murray. We're 110 for 7, so 192 for 8 is a good recovery for Ireland. Sounded very good off the bat, just the single from it. 5 from the over, she'll keep the strike. 193 for 8. Yeah, of course. Lots of fist pumps and smiles and laughs. Can't believe it with the position that they're in, considering where they have been at various points throughout this innings. But Gabby Lewis will just be asking Cara Murray for a little more time to get over that mark for her first ODI century. .66 on her back, like Joe Root perhaps. Yeah, feeling the heat out there. It's actually not as hot a day as Monday, so good to see that her body's been holding up. We know she suffered from cramps in that first ODI, but this is a day-night match, so it's cooler in the evening and lots of breeze, Stacey and King.
Yeah, but it'd still be challenging. It's still a very valiant effort from Lewis. 118 balls she has faced.
Zayda James bowling the penultimate over of this innings. Perhaps her last chance to pick up her maiden ODI wicket.
Yeah, Lewis just having a conversation with Murray.
Come on, Z. Come on, Z. Where girls? Where girls?
I'd possibly like to see a slip in play.
Yeah, interesting that there are no slips in play. Why do you think that is?
Back up, back up.
I don't think they'll want to when Gabby Lewis is on strike, but when Cara Murray is there, you might just want to impart one.
All right, Tim, only want that.
Moving on to 94 now. Gabby Lewis. 6 runs away from her maiden ODI century. 9 balls left in the innings. Surely the instruction is get off strike, Cara Murray.
Let's go.
Important dot ball. Ireland does manage to bat out these 50 overs. They'll feel good about that alone, considering the start, or the middle overs even.
Yeah, they were 5 for 83, so a really good stuff to come back and be 196 for 8. And Gabby Lewis just having a conversation with Murray, because at this stage, you either, well, it's the last ball,
That's
so
right.
possibly saying to her, no, we don't need to find a single here.
Correct.
I'll face the last 6 balls. I'll take that responsibility.
So said, so done. That's the over. 1 to go, and Ireland 196 for 8.
Yeah, the pressure on Gabby Lewis. The last over, she'll be facing it, but she's on 94 from 120. Can she get her maiden century? Well, it's left to be seen.
Gabby Lewis, daughter of Alan Lewis, former Irish cricketer and rugby union referee. You'll know his voice, well known. This 22-year-old from Dublin's been playing for Ireland over 8 years. So young, but full of experience. Very gifted. She needs 6 runs off 6 balls. She's taking the single. Perhaps unselfishly.
Possibly she's just happy with just getting another run on the board. 197 for 8. Well, she trusts Murray to get her back on strike.
Got the single. Oh, she's looking for 2. Gabby Lewis very interested in this total for Ireland, more so than her own.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. But 2 runs nonetheless gets them to 1 shy of that 200 mark.
That's a nice shot. And that's going to run away for 4. It's great for Ireland, perhaps not so good for Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, the 200 comes up for Ireland. Gabby Lewis and Cara Murray, that 50 partnership now between this pair as well. Just opens up once again, giving a bit of width, making room to play through the offside.
Oh, yeah, and it will delight the Irish dugout, as we saw. A pat on the back as well from Gabby Lewis, as if to say, don't worry about my landmark. Let's get this as high up as we can and take this ODI.
Well, she's had 2 scores of 90 in the 90s in Gabby Lewis.
Oh, yeah, she did try to run that one down. Disappointed there, Cara Murray, but might be looking for a promotion in the order from the looks of things.
Yeah, most definitely. But just look at the awareness as well from Shemaine Campbell. Collected and just got to the stumps as soon as possible, so no run could be taken.
Oh, swing and a catch. She's got her, Shemaine Campbell, with the safe hands. And the penultimate ball of this innings, Cara Murray has got to go.
Yeah, you can see that she was just trying to get runs or get Lewis on strike. A very well bowled delivery from Connell. Gets the edge and Campbell makes no mistake. And Cara Murray, well, she goes for a well-played 19 from 29. A very good cameo. 203 for 9.
Tell me when, Craig. International debut for Amy Maguire, the 16-year-old here. And Gabby Lewis just had a long, encouraging chat with her on the way out. She'll just face one ball, the final ball of this Irish innings, which will leave Gabby Lewis perhaps a little frustratedly stranded on 95 on the other end. A phenomenal knock from her. One ball to face from the youngster. Oh, she's bowled her. Last ball of the innings. Shamilia Connell with a little cheeky grin there. She didn't have much work to do. What, 203 and all out on the mark of the 50 overs. A wonderful knock from Gabby Lewis, who stays on 95 off her 121 balls.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with this, Ireland, but Connell, a swing and a miss from young Amy Maguire. Nothing much she could have really done. You needed to try and get as much there. She's enjoying it. She's having a smile. And Gabby Lewis, well, a happy and a very good innings from her. Wasn't concerned too much with getting to that century. Was happy that the team's total is over that 200 mark.
Yes, quite extraordinary from such a young player. Not to look for that individual accolade, but to be more involved in her team's total. But there she was, Gabby Lewis, a well-played 95, getting her team to 203. Some great cameos, both from Ava Canning and Cara Murray.
Yeah, those partnerships, that last two partnerships to the back end, Cannings and Lewis, Murray and Lewis as well, 43 and 50, but just look at that partnership list. Lewis, she's been there from inception, started, opened the batting and remained there, not out to the end.
Yeah, the kind of concentration, the number of gears she had to go through. Here's the bowling. 2 wickets for Shamilia Connell, 1 in the last ball of the entire innings. 2 for Cherry Ann Fraser, but really was spin that did the job. 1 for 20, Hayley Matthews, 3 for 37. Afi Fletcher, impressive stuff.
Yeah, 9 bowlers used by West Indies. So again, just using her bowlers, Hayley Matthews, and trying to look at the workload from some of her senior players who are now coming back from injuries.
All right, let's find out where Joel Manning is in the ground now.
I've got Afi Fletcher alongside me. Picked up 3 today, Afi. How do you feel about your performance out there today?
Well, it always feels good, you know, when you could contribute to your team, you know, coming in here and helping the team in some way, it always feels good.
Well, Afi, I know that today probably was a little special one for you because today's the first day in West Indies colours that you're playing in front of your son. What did it mean to have him in that stand watching you?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's been a long year and some with. I mean, like, it's so, feel so proud, you know, to have him here with me and, you know, performing in front of him. I hope that maybe he may remember something, but yeah, it feels good.
I'm pretty sure he remembered those 3 wickets that you took out there. Looking at a total of 203 on the board, how confident are you guys in terms of the ability to chase that down?
But I mean, like, the wicket is playing good. I mean, you just had to apply yourself as batters, you know. Just once you get yourself in, you just had to try and take it down as deep as you can. And, you know, once you do that and you do the basics right, then, you know, we could chase it down.
Congrats again on your performance, and thanks for your time, Afi.
All right, thank you.
All right, the target 204 for the West Indies women to win this ODI and win the ODI series and win their first series in 2 years. So make sure you stay with us. We'll have a short break and live action to follow. The sun setting over Pigeon Island here in St. Lucia as we take on the third CG United one-day international between West Indies women and Ireland women, live from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. We're at the interval break. Ireland won the toss, decided to bat, and had a bit of a rough start, but Gabby Lewis just stuck in, carried her bat up to 95 off her 121, and had a couple of good partnerships with Eva Canning and Cara Murray towards the end, and 203 runs on the board for Ireland. What a wonderful innings we saw from Gabby Lewis, Sir Curtly.
It certainly was a wonderful innings. Wickets kept tumbling around her. She kept her composure, played her shots, paced her innings very well. She got to 95 not out in the end, but Alex, she really deserved a century.
Yes, she did, and we actually saw her being very unselfish towards the end as well, just allowing more runs maybe for the team before herself. Really quite easily could have gotten to that century. It was very well played, and here's the bowling. A couple of wickets for Connell, and a couple for Cherry Ann Fraser, but it was really the spin that did the damage. Wonderful, 1 for 20 from the captain, 3 for 37 from Fletcher, and Piana Joseph also picked up a couple. Hayley Matthews, the captain, the opening bat for the West Indies women. They need 204 runs, not just to win this one-day international, but to win their first series in 2 years. She'll know what is on the line, and she is a batter of pure quality.
She certainly is. Not only a batter, but an all-rounder. And so far, as a leader, she's doing a fantastic job as well, and she will only get better as she go along.
Orla Prendergast will open with the ball for Ireland. Took a few to get herself comfortable in the first ODI, but she'll feel very happy that she has some runs on the board there to defend.
Yes, because at 110 for 7, I thought that they would struggle to get to 150. But some good batting from Lewis and some good rear guard reaction from the lower order. The last 3 batters put on 93 runs to get them past 200.
Yes, indeed, Sir Curtly. When we took the interval break, you will think that Ireland went into that break feeling like they won the session.
They certainly did. They certainly did. Because like I just mentioned briefly, at 110 for 7, most of us thought it's all over. But they really played well, and they would have gained a lot of confidence.
And that Cara Murray, well, she looked very handy with the bat. They might want to think about promoting her in the order. Wide. We saw a preponderance of wides from the opening quicks from the West Indies.
It's not going to be an easy chase. 204 may not seem like a huge total, but it's not going to be easy. Ireland are really confident at the moment, considering they got to past the 200 mark.
Yes, and West Indies will also know what is on the line. Different conditions as well in this one-day international. West Indies batting under the lights for the first time in this series.
It's going to be very important that skipper Matthews and our opening batter, James, lay the foundation. You don't want to lose wickets too early.
Ireland enjoyed the best power play of their ICC Women's Championship, 49 for 2. So started productively. West Indies will want to do the same. Hayley Matthews with a wonderful century in the first ODI. How much does that play on your mind as a batter to follow up that performance?
She looks to be in good nick. Hayley Matthews, the skipper. The thing is, with that 100, that should give a lot of confidence going into this innings. But at the same time, you have to start from 0 again. Can't be complacent and figure because you got 100 the last game, you automatically will get another 100 or get some runs. She has to be patient and play the situations. Lead from the front.
No run still. Being watchful and mindful, as she must be. And good vocal support from the Irish contingent, as there should be. Buoyed by the second half of their innings. That was the star there, Gabby Lewis.
95 not out. Boy, did she deserve 100. She played extremely, and you quite rightly mentioned, she was very unselfish.
Cut away beautifully. Times the ball, Hayley Matthews, doesn't she? Just the single to get off the mark. That's the over, 2 without loss.
Great work, Amy. Right hand, so you went to extra. Well, we didn't cover Princeton. Or else we didn't maybe a touch.
Bowling from the players
Ava Canning bowls in tandem with Orla Prendergast.
Come on, Aves, come on.
Young in her career. Will relish this opportunity to be here in the West Indies playing international cricket.
Aves.
She's bowling from the pavilion end. Managed to get that down the line, so Kirtley.
Pretty decent start. Went past the outside edge of skipper Matthews. There was a bit of a shout, but didn't take the edge.
Bit of a slip there from the captain. Almost a stumping. That was a little dangerous. Let's have another look at that.
Overbalanced a little bit. But because he was wide down the leg side, the keeper had no chance to get back. And Hayley Matthews recovered quite brilliantly in the end, but very close.
You can see just on the back of Hayley Matthews' arm a little dollop there. She's a very vocal type 1 diabetic. And does a lot of speaking around the world about the importance of understanding that, what it means as a world-class athlete to manage that. Quick single. She really set off there. Zeta James, her opening partner. Had a decent 13 off 38 in her opening, in her international debut here on Monday. She's back out for this day-night encounter in her hometown, in front of her family, with her captain. Opportunity.
Massive opportunity for her to get some runs. Very, very young in her career, just getting started.
Do you remember the beginning of your career, Sir Kirtley? The nerves, how you managed it all?
Nerves? I don't know what that means. There's no nerves in his body. Well, that's not quite true. I'll tell you about it in a minute. I remember when I made my debut against Pakistan, one-day international in Jamaica. Patrick Patterson bowled the first over. A packed by in the park crowd, and they're shouting Rambo, that's what they call him. And then so Viv came to me for the second over. Big fella, it's your turn. And I can promise you, I had no idea what went on at the time.
I'll hear a bit more about that. That's the over. West Indies 4 without loss. Prendergast to continue from the commentary end. That's wide. Very bright out there under these lights as the sun starts to set and get darker here in this day-night affair in St. Lucia. I'm with Sir Curtly Ambrose, asking him about his debut and his memories. It was Sabina Park. Picture it. Packed Sabina Park. Patterson, Bowley.
Yeah, Patrick Patterson bowled the first over to all a chant of Rambo, Rambo. And then Sir Viv threw the ball to me and said, big fellas, your turn. I marked my run up, felt good, and all of a sudden, reality kicks in. And honestly, Alex, I can't remember getting to the crease. I delivered the first ball, I swear I was in air. Second delivery, same thing. I was like, boy, this is serious. And then third delivery, I got a wicket. And I said, man, this is easy.
What's all the fuss about? Interesting. Yes, the nervous energy must have been rushing through your body. As it will be for young Zayda James. Do you remember how you actually got the wicket?
Of course, you never forget your first wicket. Ramiz Raja, inside edge onto his stumps, bowled. But I came out of the regional for the competition with a record-breaking feat. So I was full of confidence and everything. And I realized stepping up from first-class cricket to international cricket was totally different. The nerves for the first two deliveries, man, I can tell you.
That's another wide. It was 4 wickets on debut, Sir Curtly, so you seem to have gotten rid of those nerves sooner rather than later.
Only took me 3 deliveries, really.
Poor Ramiz Raja. How must he feel to know that you don't even remember that run-up? Well, it's a little bit of moisture maybe on the ball. A couple of wides in this over, a couple of dots for Orla Prendergast. Hayley Matthews on strike, 2 off 11. Watchful.
That's a much better line. She's getting the ball to come back into the right-handed Matthews, the skipper. So if you started a little too straight, you tend to slide down the leg side a little bit. That's a much better line.
Looks like Laura Delaney may be telling her as much. Swing and a miss there from Matthews.
She's got to be careful, skipper. That was a touch on the wide side, I reckon. Could have easily gotten an edge. This is over number 3 in progress. She needs to stay calm, the skipper. She needs to lay the foundation, a lot depending on her.
Actually, that's a beautiful shot. That would have come out the middle of the bat, and that would feel good for Hayley Matthews. Run 2.
Pretty decent stroke that time. She got to the pitch, that's the difference. And stroked it well. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Look at that, look at that. A good stride. Got to the pitch. And the placement was superb as well.
That's another wide. That would be the 3rd for this over for Orla Prendergast. Started like this as well in the first CG United One Day International. Just taking a little while to find her line.
Just starting the delivery a little bit too straight. And with that cross breeze as well, will help it to slide down the leg side.
That's right. The breeze will blowing left to right. On your screen, your view. Oh, she's swiped at it and is given. That's the crucial wicket for Ireland. What a breakthrough from Orla Prendergast.
That is exactly the point I made a few moments ago. Skipper Matthews had to be careful. Some of those leaves are a little bit wide of off stump. You can let them go. And she went hard at that one. Look how wide that was. Thin edge caught behind.
Well, what a start this is from Ireland. The captain, Hayley Matthews, Centurion in the first ODI, goes for 4. West Indies, 9 for 1. Stefani Taylor is out early to bat in this day-night encounter in St. Lucia. Former captain, extraordinarily experienced, her 151st one-day international.
Very, very experienced. And look at that average, 44. That's remarkable. 171 is her highest.
Ava Canning to continue. Well, this is a different situation for the West Indies. We've got the debutante, Zayda James, alongside now Stefani Taylor. This was the wicket.
Too wide. Should have let that go.
Yes, Aves, yes, Aves.
Cause her own demise. Hayley Matthews, the captain. No one to blame but herself.
She had a nice half-century, Stefani Taylor, in the first one-day international. Good to see her back on the park, fully fit and into the runs. But she's got a different role to play here today.
Yes, Aves.
She's highly experienced. So I believe she will play the situation. And she knows that now they need to lay the foundation, get a partnership going.
Yeah, won't want to take any undue risks at this stage, West Indies. Bit of a shock to lose the captain so early. So Stefani fully capable to steady the ship here, not only think about her own innings, but also be the support and encouragement Zayda James needs on the other end. Big appeal. Quite vocal, the Irish.
Well, why wouldn't they? They got the prize scalp of Skipper Matthews. And of course, they would love to get Stefani Taylor as well. But that drifting down the leg side, you can see that nice big swing. But nothing is wrong with asking.
The hills around us fading to black as people's evening lights come on in their homes.
Oh, yes. Yes, Aves.
Haven't taken a bit of the advantage into the innings break. A good start here from Ireland.
They're bringing a bit of momentum, you know, from the expert in the last few overs to get past the 200 mark into the bowling.
That's a good over from Ava Canning, just one from it. 10 for 1. Oh, wonderful to see a smile on Stefani Taylor's face again and a bat in her hand.
And that was her 50 from the first match. Play some lovely strokes all around. Could go powerful if she wanted to. And cashed in on anything that's loose. And it's really good to see her back on the park and in good form.
That's middle.
Stefani Taylor yet to get off the mark. She faced 5 deliveries. Zayda James on strike, though, as Orla Prendergast continues from the commentary end. One slip in play, a bit of a gully. Yes, this offside field heavily stacked. Ooh. It's gone all the way through. I'm sure the West Indies will take those runs gleefully.
They certainly will take them. And I think that Prendergast will be very effective against the left-hander because she gets the ball to go away from the left-hander and into the right-hander. That's why she bowled a few wides earlier. So she should relish this little contest against the left-handed James.
Got it. Off the outside of the bat there, got away. Turning over the strike, you can just see the nerves on her face. The youngster. Big stage, big moment for her in her career. Ground staff look like they are ready for action, slightly concerned. Just a little bit of rain here, little light shower, but that's been happening on and off all afternoon. We've got a lot of breeze, which will hopefully take it over very quickly. Oh dear, it's picked up. Always trust the ground staff, Sir Curtly. They know their ground, they know their country.
Of course. Once you see them there with their tarpaulin and stuff ready to go, you can expect it's going to rain.
Oh, real pity. And we see the spectators who are here running further up in the stands to get a bit of shade. Quite dramatic with the wind here. There's a lot of people on that pitch trying to cover the pitch.
It's coming down very heavily, the rain. And those tarpaulins, I can tell you, Alex, they're not as light as you might think. They're very heavy.
Yeah, they look heavy, to be fair. And in the wind, lots of difficult maneuvering. But these guys are experts. We'll get that covered up. No one wants to see this, just as we're into our third and final CG United one-day international. This will be the decider of the series. We'll have a look back at the first innings. 203 Ireland women managed, thanks largely to a wonderful performance from the opener Gabby Lewis, who carried her bat and unfortunately didn't get to a century, which she so richly deserved. But had some good partnerships. First with Orla Prendergast, a decent partnership. But it's really with the back end, with Canning and Murray, that she managed to put on, you'll see, 93 runs in those two partnerships at the back end. That really solidified this innings for Ireland and helped them put a good total on the board.
That was the first to go. Leopold caught brilliantly by skipper Matthews. And then Prendergast strangled down the leg side. What a way to go. And the Fletcher came into the act, bamboozled Delaney. And then Hunter caught easily at backward point. Oh, that was a quicker ball from skipper Matthews. And then Fletcher again. Plumb in front. That's the third. Kelly had to go.
And then Kiana Joseph got into the act. Got rid of McMahon. And after a good partnership, Ava Canning. And that was Murray. A really good cameo from her. And the one ball for the 16-year-old debutante. A bit of a shrug and smile. She got the joke of it. Couldn't do any wrong at that stage. Congratulated by Gabby Lewis. A great story, huh? Cricket full of all these wondrous moments. And this was the bowling.
Couple of wickets for Connell, Fraser, and Joseph, and 3 for Fletcher, who I thought bowled brilliantly. And Ireland in the end got to 203 all out.
Yes, indeed. Well, it is coming down, bucketing down here at the minute at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. The good news is, of course, that there's always heavy breezes here, which should carry the weather over us, hopefully sooner rather than later. But while we do have the rain delay here, we had the chance to find out a bit more about this West Indies team yesterday. Joel Manning, he caught up with West Indies all-rounder Chanel Henry.
All right, so I've been told that you're a lover of music, and that you always have those headphones in. So on a match day, what type of vibes you coming into the ground with?
Some Afro beats. I like listening to Afro beats. The vibe, everything is just good. You know, get the energy going, the blood pumping. So on match days, those are the kind of music I listen to get my rhythm and groove on.
Any favorite song? Like, let me say, start of a day, you're telling yourself you're under a bit of pressure. A particular song comes to mind?
Not really. No, not really. But I think my favorite song to listen to is as I said, is always Afrobeat. So that's Rush. Yeah, so that's my favorite one. I will always have that on repeat. So yeah, that's the favorite one to listen to.
No problem. Let's bring you into the cricket now. You've been out for some time with some injuries, and I want to kind of go backwards a bit because you've had the shoulder injury, ankles were in there at some point as well. I think back might have been a problem there. How have you found yourself mentally having to come back from each of those injuries?
Honestly, I think when it comes down to having a mental skills coach, to be honest, I think those injuries come along the lines of just getting back to playing as much cricket as I was playing over the years. The fitness level of everything, so the workload and everything was a bit too much. So the fitter I became, the easier the workload and everything became. So I think with the help of a mental skills coach is really what helped me through those periods.
Yeah, you've had somewhat of an interesting career in cricket. You know, it's actually been quite a few years that you've been here. Is there a word that comes to mind that you could probably say describes your journey in cricket?
The word that would describe my journey in cricket probably will be it's a saying really. It's like a hill and gully ride kind of thing, because if you look at it, I made my debut in 2014. That was my first time on the team, and then I was out for a long period of time, and then I made my comeback in 2018 right here actually this World Cup against South Africa and here in St. Lucia, and then I've been in ever since. So that long periods of time that I was out, that was really a rough ride. So I think that would probably use the phrase, not an actual word, but that would probably be the phrase I would use to describe my career leading up to this point.
I've actually never heard that phrase, hill and gully. But it's so interesting because the hill is that high point, the gully is the low point. And I know at the start of things also, there might have been, I guess, a couple people who might not have necessarily, you know, how do I phrase this, giving you the support that you probably might have wanted at the start. So in terms of people not necessarily believing in your talents at the start of things. I know, don't worry about how I know, but I know that, you know, when you first started out, there were a couple who said that this cricket journey might not be one for you. Looking back over things now, would you say that those type of comments have kind of helped you to get towards the hillside of things?
Yes, to be honest, I'm one of those persons where I like to prove people wrong. That's just always been me, especially the background and everything that I've was brought up from in Jamaica. So the beginning of the career, as you said, those comments, at some point it was kind of it really was mentally really break me. And I think for me, as I said, I'm this person who likes to prove a point. So at that point, it was just about people, and then there's this one specific person on the sideline, which is always been my grandmother. Actually, is always telling me that you chose this to be the thing that you want to do for a reason. So I mean, whatever people say really don't matter. So at that point, it was just basically about me and proving people wrong that this is actually what I want to do. This is what I want to make my career. So on days, it's really rough to actually do it by yourself, but with the help of her and some more family members, I was able to pull through that really rough time.
Well, you're in the sunshine, you're on the park, you got a half century in that first ODI, one more ODI to go in a couple T20s. What are you looking forward to say, all right, at the end of it, I've ticked off this? Like, what is that, something that you want to tick off by the end of the series?
for me, for this series, it's about consistency. As you said, especially I came back in the first game, scored my maiden ODI half century. For me, for these remainder game, it's just about consistency. Either building up on whatever I did in the first game, either more half centuries or at least close to that to show that over the past few years, the development that I've gone through, the skills training, everything is now like, I think I'm at a point in my career where this is the prime of my career. So it's basically about consistency from here going forward. And once I can get that consistency, then I can be a great asset to this team.
Well, Chanel, we're certainly seeing the signs, and you know what? Hopefully the sunshine will be with us in the game tomorrow and onwards, but all the best for the remainder of the series.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Joel Manning, but no sun here at the minute. In fact, it's been a little rain. It does seem to be lightening up a little bit. And, yeah, the ground staff have got everything under control. But that Chanel Henry, what a series she's having. Her maiden half century. People who know her ability will be surprised it's her first one. Yeah, I like the strike rate, 143, Sir Curtly.
Well, I call her shotgun, you know, because, I mean, she's got the ability to attack the bowling. And she's a good cricketer, all-round cricketer, Chanel Henry. And I have a lot of time for her. Very humble, good cricketer.
Yeah, it's the fourth fastest half century by a West Indies woman. And it's interesting, those 7 fours, all the boundary shots she hit, really effortless. You know, there's no over-swinging. She just looked with effort and ease. And she may have a part to play in this run chase, having lost skipper Hayley Matthews just for 4. So West Indies women right now need 189 runs to win. And we hope that we will resume play very shortly. It looks good. Ground staff are all over it here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. So hopefully we'll have some good news for you very shortly. Hello and welcome back to the third Fiji United one-day international between West Indies women and Ireland women. We are live from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in St. Lucia. The good news is the rain has abated. We just had a 37-minute delay, but no overs lost. And this is where we left it. West Indies 15 for 1. Hayley Matthews falling cheaply. And Stefani Taylor and Zayda James in the middle. This is the wicket to fall.
A very, very low shot from Captain Hayley Matthews. Very wide delivery. And got a finish to wicketkeeper. Celebration for Prendergast and the Ireland team. That's a prize scalp.
Yeah, Amy Hunter will be delighted. First time for her wicket-keeping in ODIs. And this is the bowling so far. Prendergast and Canning opening up. And Prendergast with the vital strike for Ireland. So this is the summary. 189 runs for the West Indies women to win this ODI and the series. Complete their first series victories in 2 years. Former captain and great in women's cricket, Stefani Taylor on strike. Orla Prendergast continuing from the commentary end.
She's getting the ball to drag back into the right-handers, causing problems. And ever so often, she will slide down the leg side a little bit. But that was good. Look at that. Look how much that came back.
It'll be interesting to see how much conditions have changed after the showers here. A wide ball. Opening pacers from both sides been guilty of this.
That's exactly the point I was making, Alex. You know, if she's starting the delivery too straight, more often than not, it will slide down the leg side because she's getting to come back so much. She needs to start the delivery much wider of off stump.
Got her off the way and off the mark. Stefani Taylor. Stefani Taylor's back fit after a long while. Actually, she's been hurt really since 2021, that series against Pakistan, but she had a chat with her this week. She told me Asia Joseph, who worked with the under-19s in South Africa earlier this year, the West Indies under-19, and she also is the strength and conditioning coach for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, a Trinidadian. She says has nursed her back to fitness. She was effusive about how effective she's been. If you know Stefani Taylor at all, you know she's not effusive.
Very, very good delivery. Look at that. She would relish bowling against the left-handed James because her natural delivery is going away from the left-hander. So she will enjoy this, Prendergast.
Particularly from this end. And beautifully struck by James. He'll pick up a couple here to end the over after 5 overs. West Indies 19 for 1. One wicket gone for the Windies already. Zayda James and Stefani Taylor together in the middle. Vast experience and a brand new player. Eva Canning to continue from the pavilion end. It's a wide.
Seemed to be the problem more so from the seam bowlers from both teams. Lots of wides. West Indies delivered earlier when they bowled. And now Ireland finding themselves in the same predicament. They just can't seem to get the radar straight.
That's a bit better. Yes, and Ireland will want to take advantage here of the early strike. West Indies losing the Centurion from the first ODI, Hayley Matthews. There was a little break in play with some showers. And Ireland were early back on the field, came on together as a battalion looking full of energy. And they'll want to make that count, Sir Kirtley.
They're full of confidence, Alex, because from 110 for 7, they were really steering down the barrel of a gun, and to get to the 200 mark, that should give them a lot of confidence, and you can see in their body language, they feel have a good chance of restricting the West Indies.
It has been 20 years since Ireland has beaten the West Indies women in an ODI.
20 years.
2003.
That's a long time.
Indeed. The West Indies will want to keep that length of time between now and the next victory. Really important points on the line here in the ICC Women's Championship.
And there are also points up for grabs as well.
The trophy as well is up for grabs. And confidence, winning ways, those things are priceless. Ooh. Little rice smile from Stefani.
Trying to play that delivery a little bit too square, I thought. Look how that dragged back a lot. She really was looking to play square with the wicket. Came back so much, surprised her as well.
That's the over. After 6, West Indies 21 for 1. So this series is part of the ICC Women's Championship. Here are the standings. Ireland at the bottom of the pile. West Indies just leapfrogging Bangladesh with that last win against Ireland on Monday. So crucial points if they want to end up in the top 5, which is the top 5 in this will go straight through to the World Cup in 2025 in India. Plus India as host, and then 2 will come out of the qualifiers. Prendergast to continue. 1 for 12 off her 3. You can see the breeze here, really picking up. A cool evening in St. Lucia.
That's a much better line from Prendergast. That's where you got to bowl it. And even if she's just a little bit outside of off stump, Alex, that's okay as well. Now look at that. It's very, very good.
Threatening. Very useful cricketer, Orla Prendergast. Wow, it's another very good ball.
That's where she wants to be. Entice Stefani Taylor for the drive, missed it completely. She's getting the ball to come back a lot. Just, yes, I know, it was very close.
Didn't miss off stump by much.
That should be very encouraging for Prendergast. She just needs to do that on a consistent basis.
Yeah, pressure building here. 3 dots. Stefani Taylor only 2 from the 16 balls she's faced.
very slow going so far from the West Indies, but it is of utmost importance that they really build a good partnership. Stephanie Taylor is a very experienced campaigner. She needs to stay there. She's a prize scalp as well.
That's a wide. That's a wider one.
Well, I'll love to see that again. I just took my eyes off for a quick second, so I missed it.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Well, yes, I can't complain about that one.
Okay, well.
Similar delivery that dismissed Captain Matthews. They need to leave those alone.
Orla Prendergast, the genuine all-rounder, didn't do as much with the bat as she would have liked, but bowling beautifully here. Let's have a look at her action.
Yes. Good, strong, solid approach. I think she need to use her body a little bit more though. Well, give and take, she's a woman, but I still think she needs to use her body a little bit more. Maybe elevate a little bit more as well.
She's a lady, but she's long and lean and can use every inch.
So why are you looking at me when it's a long and lean? Why are you looking at me?
You resemble that remark. The longest and the leanest.
It's not a bad action really, not a bad approach. It's very, it doesn't take a lot. She's not really fighting to get to the crease, which is important. Conserve energy.
Nice shot, but not rewarded for it. 7 overs gone. West Indies 22 for 1.
Or sorry, not nervous. Just give me something to think about. Go to Oral. Alright then. You come on the fire and please. Oh, great shot. Great work out, Pete. I'd say come a bit more. Yeah, and then Oral's come. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Go on, Aves.
Just 3 overs remaining in this first power play here. West Indies still require some 182 runs to win. Young Zayda James, hometown girl, 4 of 8. I'm joined by Stacey Ann King. Stacey Ann, quite a bit of movement on show here for the Irish seamers.
Yeah, I think that the little drizzle, the rain that we had just earlier on, it's really helped them to get movement out of a few deliveries, a few surprise deliveries for West Indies batters. Yeah, they seem really comfortable executing those lines, those lengths.
Very good, Aves. Very
Young
good.
Amy Hunter into her first ODI wicket keeping. Got the prized wicket of Hayley Matthews. No, she stepped up for Ava Canning.
Oh, yes.
And they would have thrown a major spanner into the West Indies works here this evening, picking up the major wicket of Hayley Matthews inside the first power play. Not too many times that would have happened. Dismissing her for under 10 as well. That would have happened 25 times before in the past. The omens aren't good, Stacey Ann.
Oh, gets this one through. Zayda James. And those 25 instances. The ratio of win to loss. And from a West Indies perspective, it's something you don't want to look at.
Definitely would have lost more games than they would have won with Matthews being dismissed under 10. There she is. Still looks quite relaxed at this stage. Having a laugh and a joke with Sherry-Ann Fraser. Sherry-Ann Fraser.
He scored 109 off 106 in that first ODI, and this was the wicket. A scrambled seam as well. Cross seam delivery, which seems to be staying straight off all the Pendergrass. Something those bowlers, those batters will have to look out for.
Still that big inside movement, but it's the end of that canning over. 23 for 1.
I think Ireland have used these conditions really well. One wicket falling, big over number 5, but a rebuilding stage for West Indies. 14 runs from 33 balls this partnership. They'll need to dig deeper.
Sophie, do cover eye, please. And we get Rabbi into square, Rabbi, you drop it into square.
Looks like there's going to be a bit of a bowling change here. Going to be Arlene Kelly coming into the attack. Yet another seamer. The strength, I'd say, pretty much of this Irish attack has been their seam bowling. There's been a lot of movement on show throughout. I wonder how much longer this ball will continue to keep moving, Stacey, and especially in these wet conditions, the ball getting wet in the outfield as well.
You almost think it's Irish conditions, perfect Irish conditions.
One's been pulled away, top-edged by James. Doesn't carry to that fielder on the leg side. That's a shot which he tends to play quite well. That cross-batted shot, that pull in particular, pulls and cuts quite well. Saw the length quite early.
Yeah, Kelly just not as quick as Prendergast previously, who was swinging across the left-handed batter. And so that delivery just sat up a bit. And well executed from Zayda James.
Just that inward movement again there, as you said, Stacey-Ann, probably not quite as quick as Prendergast, but they've more often than not landed the ball in those good areas, just on or about that off stump. They've let the pitch and the conditions do the work. Once she's drifted onto the legs though, Stefani Taylor obliges her first boundary.
Yeah, top stuff from Stefani Taylor. Just releasing that pressure as well. Pitched up delivery, not very pacey, just picked that gap.
She's got the length that she likes there, just a bit full on that occasion.
Yeah, just having a few conversations. Partnership going on to 20 and from 37. Good consolidation from James and Taylor.
At a similar stage, Ireland were 44 for 1, so they're ahead of the game at this point.
Yeah, James just seems to be a very busy player out there. And Taylor will have to take lead. She'll have to take charge.
Very much a three-dimensional player, isn't she? All action in the field, bowls her left arm orthodox quite well as well. And she's here at the top of the innings, definitely a player for the future for the Windies. It's worked away. It's probably looking for 2. Taylor isn't interested. the end of Kelly's first. 9 gone, 30 for 1.
Yes, you got rid of it. You're the bomb. Come on, Ace, come on.
It's going to be Canning to continue from the pavilion end.
Yes, Ace, very good, that.
We're also joined by the interim director of cricket here in the West Indies, Graham, coming into the commentary stint here with us will be Graham West. How are you doing, sir?
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight.
It's always good having the influential people here up here with us. We get to learn a bit more of the going on at Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, they do.
Certainly plenty going on at the moment, and lots to look forward to, particularly for our younger players.
Very good, Ace, very good.
I hope they didn't tell you that this is the hot seat. So
Oh, yes. Yes, Ace.
Obviously a keenly
Lines, Ace.
contested series here between these two teams. Mr. West, what have you made of the cricket so far?
Yeah, I mean, really important. Having dropped points before Christmas with England and New Zealand, we really need to maximise. This is the last home series until 2025.
Inside edge on that one, I think. Zayda James, though, scampers through. Oh, actually, signalled.
Very good, Ace, very good.
Just that inward movement again from Canning.
Yes,
Maybe
Ace.
just opening up Stefani Taylor, looking to hit that one through the offside.
Oh, yes.
I agree. In terms of development, seeing young Zayda James, who represented at the under-19 T20 World Cup earlier this year, and now transitioning into this senior team, how good, not just her, but a number of other players, under-19 players involved in this present setup. How good is that for West Indies cricket and in the future?
It's been a great sort of 12 months for a number of these players coming through the under-19s. Within the space of 12 months, they've played under-19 World Cup. They've been to, a couple of them have been to Senior World Cup, and now starting to establish themselves within this squad. It's the first time we've really had a group of young players able to put pressure on the senior players. Very refreshing.
Yeah, healthy competition amongst this group.
And nice to have a group of them together, you know, when they're off the field, they kind of look after each other. And I think that certainly helped to their integration into the group.
Very good, Arlene.
Another single to the total there. Taylor moves on to 8 from her 27 deliveries. Just taking a bit of time to get acclimatized to conditions here, especially with the loss of that wicket. Hayley Matthews departing so early.
Yeah, we also understand that there's a camp coming up as well for an under-25 West Indies women's team, as well as an under-19 tournament in Trinidad. You have to talk us through and give us a bit more information on those.
So we kind of gave ourselves 12 months to have a good look at the younger players in the system, whereas the Boys Academy started last year. We were able to look at the players that came through the Under-19 World Cup, senior regional tournament recently, and Under-19 tournament coming up. And from that, we will identify 15 players who will become our women's academy. So once on the academy program, just like the men's program, be a combination of training camps, competitive series, opportunities. You know, we've got a lot of the male players into the CPL as emerging players. I think we've got half a dozen of the girls in there as well. It's really just trying to give them as much exposure, as much experience as we possibly can. One of the biggest challenges we found is that the players just, they don't have that sort of background of having played lots of cricket at an early age. So we're trying to sort of catch up with a lot of that through our development programs.
Just to follow up on that, I think it would have been back in 2021 where the West Indies would have had the women, their first A tour in the Caribbean. We've seen the Under-19s since then. Any plans for any more A-team tours for the women?
Yeah, so we're actually looking to go back to Pakistan at the end of this year, the reciprocal. So straight after the senior team finish in Australia, we'll take a team to Pakistan, some ODIs and some T20s. So as I said, the program's really designed to give as much competitive cricket as we possibly can.
Good over from Kelly in the circumstance. It's just 2 runs coming in from it, 34 for 1.
Keep going here, girls. Yeah. Yeah. Keep going here, girls. Great start this. Here we go, girls. Here we go. Come on in here, Ace. Come on here, Ava.
And Graham, as we continue with those discussions, what challenges would the board say face where these tournaments or these camps coming off has been concerned?
I mean, we're still to sort of professionalize the women's game at the regional level. So it can be very difficult for some of the younger players to actually get exposure to practice.
This one, she's gone across the line. It's taken a massive top edge, but it falls safely. Didn't get to that one. It was in the air for what seemed like an eternity. But Zayda James survives.
Now you can see Taylor just saying to her or calling her down to let her know that is not necessary at this time. And tried to pull that one into the leg side, but it just wasn't there. And luckily, it landed safely.
Almost a slug sweep there from Zayda James. Picks length quite quickly. This time Canning drifts into Taylor. Doesn't beat the fielder on that leg side boundary.
I agree. A few interesting deliveries, but back to your response to us.
Yeah, and so it can be a little bit stop-start, and if the players don't have access to practice facilities and access to coaches, it does hold up their progress a little bit. With introduction of Steve Lyberg as a sort of talent pathway manager for the girls, Steve's actually had more oversight of the players and been able to ensure in a lot of cases that they're getting the right support. But the academy is certainly going to introduce a full-time component to these players, which is really the next step for them.
Oh, yes. Very good,
I think that's the point right there in terms of the development of the women's game around the territories. You think of the Leewards in particular, my territory. There isn't much in terms of a league. You know, in Antigua, the girls have to pretty much try and play with the boys. So just to develop the game around the region.
No.
At the end of 12, 36 for 1.
So this second wicket partnership between Taylor and Zayda James, 27 from 57 deliveries. Now, similar stage, Ireland were 58 for 2. West Indies 36 for 1. Just looking to build here in this run chase, having lost the main batter. And all of a sudden, Stacey, and the ball isn't quite moving around as much as it was just a few overs ago.
No, it isn't. Which is good from a West Indies perspective. They just need to spend time now. Both batters on 10. The longer they stay there, it becomes easier. And take a chapter out of Gabby Lewis' book.
Full toss. James doesn't find the gap. Just yet another single. So we've seen a few bad deliveries here, not being put away. Pressure just can build on a batter in these situations. The young James doesn't look too flustered at this point, and she's with the experienced 151st match Stephanie Taylor's playing here this evening.
Graham, well, obviously a disappointing qualifier for West Indies men, but a home series right next approaching against India. How important will that series be for the West Indies men?
Yeah, I mean, a huge opportunity for new head coach Andre Cody with the red ball. Obviously, the change that we've made with the two head coaches allows teams to prepare a little bit better, a little bit more time. So Andre's got the squad in Antigua currently at CCG, and you know, that's really one of the advantages of having the specific red ball head coach. Certainly need to hit the ground running. The first test in Dominica. Any tour inside takes a little bit of time to settle in, and I think that's really where you look at home advantage. Really try to make an impact at the start of that game, and obviously it's very strong opposition, but we can put them under some pressure. I'm sure Andre will have them fired up.
Yeah, home advantage is always important. It's the end of 13 overs, 39 for 1.
Change the ball and right arm move.
Tickets now available for what will be an exciting series. Top players on show. Remember, you can purchase your tickets at a 20% discount at Windies at tickets.windiescricket.com. Remember, it's tickets.windiescricket.com. New bowler, Sophie McMahon. Just 12 matches. She's going to start from the pavilion end. This one's been driven quite sweetly. Should push for 2. James is quick, so is Taylor. Comes back quite comfortably for that second. And just to quickly, obviously you don't want to dwell on the qualifying campaign, but a lot's been made about the preparation for this tournament. But looking at the scheduling of cricket worldwide, is that an issue you think Cricket West Indies definitely has?
It's certainly fair to say one of the advantages some of the other sides in the qualifiers had was the ability to assemble a squad and really put in some good preparation. Not so easy for the West Indies side with players at the IPL, and that's one of the things you have to accept. Obviously the guys needed to hit the ground running, and that hasn't played out quite as we would have liked. But I do think that Darren needs some time to start to develop a team and a squad moving forwards. He's not had too much time, was kind of straight into the qualifiers. Any coach that comes in, you have to give a little bit of time to. It would have been great to have been successful, but I'm sure he relished the opportunity to turn things around. As a player, he was always somebody who was able to keep fighting, hanging in there. I'm sure he'll be very much of that same approach with this situation.
Close given. McMahon picks up the big wicket of Zayda James. She looks disappointed, but she will have to depart. West Indies 42 for 2.
Yeah, really prodigious swing. Falling over a bit, Zayda James. She departs for 11. Partnership of 33 runs has been broken. 42 for 2.
New batter, Rashada Williams coming to the crease at number 4, but we've got Graham for another 2 deliveries or so. Just ask him quickly. Obviously, we've dwelled a little bit on the men. Just touch quickly on the rising stars and what you've got coming up this summer.
So we have the boys and the girls under 19 tournaments. Actually, teams are traveling as we speak, arriving in St. Vincent for the boys tournament and Trinidad for the girls. The boys will play some 3-day cricket and 50-over cricket, and the girls this year moved from 20-over cricket to 30-over cricket, just to give them a little bit more, particularly those that have impressed over the last 12 months. Girls tournament also allows us to identify players for the next under-19 World Cup, so really important that we find a pool of players that we can start to develop, and hopefully a few like Zayda and else, some of the other girls in this team. We'll be pushing them in a couple of years' time.
Well, let's just thank the interim director of cricket here in the West Indies, Graham West, for joining us, being so informative, giving us the ins and outs of what's going on at Cricket West Indies. Wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you very much for having me. Let's hope we have a successful run chase.
Yes, Inye!
End of that successful McMahon over. 43 for 2. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, will you go down goal, please? Sophie, will you come in and do mid-wicket here for me, please? And then do you want to third it? Ava, will you pass across, please? Sorry.
Middle, please.
43 for 2 after 14 overs, and it's going to be Cara Murray into the attack. First lines of spin from Ireland, whose pacers have certainly been doing a fantastic job here under the lights at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground so far. They've not allowed the West Indies to get away.
Oh, yes,
She'll certainly have a blueprint to work with, that blueprint being Fletcher, who bowled quite well for the West Indies. Picked up 3 so curtly.
There you go, Kazi.
Just gets past a short third man. Allows them to come for 2. So currently, how important will this phase be for Ireland on the back of what their pacers have done?
It's going to be very, very important. So far, they're having this stranglehold in the West Indies batters. They're not allowing them to get away at a rapid pace, which is always good. They just need to control this section of the innings. Of course, with the rain that passed a bit early on, outfield a little bit wet, maybe that could be an issue for the spinners in terms of the grip for the ball. But so far, they're doing a decent job, the Irish.
And get 1. Might look for 2 here. Coming back for it and get there quite comfortably. Yeah, certainly the grip on the ball might become an issue for the Irish spinners here. There's also young Amy Maguire as well on debut that will probably touch this ball at some point in this innings.
Just a touch. Middle of square. Yeah.
Just interesting at the moment watching how Rashida Williams is batting towards Karen Murray. And it tells me what the length right now that Murray's hitting. It looks to be a very good length in terms of it. It's just short of that driving length, having her pushing forward. Completes the over. It's a 48 for 2.
Don't work out. You are, yeah.
Middle, please.
Just go middle. Yeah. And then you sit and that aims, yeah.
McMahon found success in her first over. What can she do in this one? Looking at how things have gone for Ireland so currently. You can actually see a marked improvement, especially in the fielding aspect. I know across that first ODI, a lot of the conversation surrounded a couple misfields, a couple bubbles, maybe a lack of intensity here and there. But you must say that in this innings, they've been fantastic on the ball, chasing down everything, stopping everything. Another extra added to the total. But I think that is what has contributed to the total that we're seeing here on the board from the West Indies at the moment. Just the additional pressure and the support of the fielders.
Which is always important. The more runs you save in the field, it makes it much harder for the West Indies batters to get to that 204 that is required. Oh, another wide. Just losing her radar for a little bit there. The McMahon. She's getting the ball to drift, but starting it too wide of off stump, drifting further away, hence back-to-back wides.
Just gonna have to find that line and length that she was bowling in that first over, the one that allowed them to pick up the wicket of Zeta James. Yeah, a lot better from her. She would have hoped that maybe a better effort in the field might have been able to keep that one to no runs. But by and large, you would have to say, though, that things still looking good for Ireland. They would hope and love to pick up another wicket here.
I think that when Ireland batted, those last 3 wickets that produced 93 runs, I think that really gave them extra confidence going into the fielding. And you can see from their body language that they feel they have a good chance of winning this game. Another wide. She's really losing it. Could it be maybe the ball is a bit wet, can't grip it properly? That's the 3rd wide in this over so far.
Well, you mentioned in terms of the ability to grip the ball, and you see the captain there, Lord Delaney, handing her that towel, and it's not the first time that we're seeing how much effort she's putting in, one, to drying her hands, and two, into having somebody dry the ball as well, so that might be a factor. And overcompensating on this occasion now down the leg side. And this probably is the longest stretch of wides that we've seen from an Ireland perspective in this innings. Of course, the West Indies women had a problem with this at the top of their innings. Helped around the corner. Work to be done. And there's that fielding effort that I've been talking about when it comes to Ireland. These small differences that we're noticing here in this 3rd CG United ODI.
That is exactly what's required.
Very good, Sam. Very good. Well done.
The bowler, McMahon, is struggling at the moment. Look at that effort. Rebecca Stokel getting her body behind that ball, preventing it from going to the boundary ropes.
Finds its way through the field. Will get close to the boundary, but doesn't have the legs that heavy outfield just because of the rain that we had. About 37 minutes or so in terms of that delay with the rain. Has the outfield a bit heavy. So it also speaks now to the fact that West Indies will have to run and run quite well here now.
Very good, Sam. Very good. Keep going there.
Single to complete that lengthy over. 16 gone is 58 for 2. Prendergast, well, she picked up that all-important wicket at the top of things. And then McMahon just bowled the 2. That over being a very expensive one, but her first picked up the wicket of Zeta James. The spin of Murray to continue. She's really spotted it well, so Curly, and that gives a leg spinner confidence. We usually say, especially early in the piece, you usually get maybe a couple full tosses, maybe a couple drag downs, but she's really been on the mark, on the money quite early.
And that will give her confidence, because it's a serious art being a leg spinner. And as you quite rightly mentioned, ever so often you could drag it down a little bit too short, maybe floating it up a bit too full. But so far she's really spot on.
A couple runs here for them. Really backing up the job that the Irish seamers did so far. And I want to get your opinion on something here, so Curtly, in terms of a slight observation. I want to know if I'm right here with your expertise next to me. It just appeared as if the Irish seamers just a bit more patient in how they went about things here this evening under the lights. We saw, I guess, a bit more effort being put in by the West Indies women, and we saw it being sprayed all around, but by and large it looked as if Ireland were just stuck to the task, bowl within themselves, and patiently waited for things to happen for them. The extra being added to that total. 14 wides in the innings now.
We know how strict these umpires are with leg side wides. And I've always have a complaint, you know that, from ever since. Sometimes the batsman missed by half an inch and they call a wide.
A full toss, and it was a drop catch to mid-wicket. Just as soon as we were talking about the fielding efforts of Ireland and the work that they were doing, McMahon puts down what you might consider to be a regulation catch there at a short mid-wicket.
Should have been taken. Catchable height, didn't hit with that much force. Then again, it could be the wet ball. She just couldn't grasp it.
At the end of what could have been a wicket in that over, it's 63 for 2. Yeah, that full toss that we kind of talked about with the leg spinner. But what it did is it produced a chance, so Curtly. She got her hands almost into the right position. Maybe you can say it got to her a little quicker than she expected. But still, as you mentioned, catchable height. And at this level, it's a chance that should be taken. A chance goes a begging. How much will Stephanie Taylor make of that now?
Change the ball in, left arm run.
Well, spin from the media center end and spin from the players' pavilion end here also now. A bit of left arm spin into the piece in the form of Leah Paul.
Come on, LJ, come on.
By her standards, Paul might probably say she didn't have the best of outings in the first ODI. Let's see if she can make amends here tonight under the lights. Starts well in terms of line and length.
Good, Leah, well done.
But a quick single.
Very good,
And they're back to you now, so Curtly. Just in terms of the comparison between the seamers on display for Ireland here tonight and those that would have been bowling for the West Indies women.
think the difference with both bowling teams are that the Irish, to me, seemed like the plan was we only have to defend 204. So we're going to make it as difficult as possible for the West Indian batters. We're not going to attack them too much. We're going to try to bowl as tight as possible and let them come after us if they want to score the runs. And so far, it is working for them. In terms of the West Indies bowlers now, they were having some problems with the wides, and they tend to get a little flustered, maybe trying a little bit too hard, as opposed to just relax, stay calm. And they didn't do that very well, hence all those wides.
Another comfortable single for this pair. Starting to get into the swing of things now for them. And of course, the West Indies will hope that this pair can bat quite deep into the innings.
Sometimes when things are not going your way as a bowler, you tend to try a little too hard, and most times it doesn't work. When things aren't going your way, the best thing to do is to stay calm, just try to bowl a couple of good deliveries, as opposed to do the opposite, where you're trying too hard to get it right.
A question asked. An answer in the form of the negative. 18 gone, it's 66 for 2.
One here for you now, Kazi. Very good, girls, very good.
Yeah, that one just sliding down the leg side. On with the arm of Leopold.
Yes, see.
Flatter and faster. And brilliant work in the field being done. The skipper leading by example. If they're going to keep themselves in this contest, that must be the standard for them in terms of the fielding.
Apart from that drop catch, just a couple of overs ago, and one or two little mishaps in the field, generally, the fielding has been very, very good, making it much harder for the West Indian batters to score runs.
Once again, brilliant work by Ireland, keeping that one down to 1. All in all, Karen Murray into a third. His ball well, his ball controlled. And she's being supported by the Irish. Dare I say, the Irish believe so curtly. 3 runs in the over. It's 69 for 2. Going back to that patience factor, Sir Kirtley, you realize there were a couple dot balls before the dismissal of Hayley Matthews, and then a couple dot balls as well before the dismissal of Zeta James. We also saw the possible chance for Zeta James as well in terms of when she went across the line of the ball, skied a chance, but Ola Prendergast couldn't get herself there too. And it just goes back to what you've been talking about in terms of just being patient and allowing the West Indies to make the mistakes. Can they force another mistake here, the Irish?
You see, the West Indian batters will have to understand that good deliveries will be bowled. You have to learn to respect the good deliveries, and not because a bowler may bowl 2, 3 or 4 dot balls, or even a maiden gives you the right to go on the attack. You have to exercise patience and really respect good bowling. The chance will come to score. But I find too often, as West Indians, we tend to have this notion that you shouldn't bowl a maiden or you shouldn't bowl too many dot balls. And then we look for a boundary, and more often than not, get themselves out. That's not the way to go.
Work to be done. And it's done well again by Stokel. She's really given it everything out there. The Irish who have joined us here in St. Lucia, they're appreciating that effort. Once again, getting there, getting down. And fantastic work by her.
Total commitment, saving every single run possible. She had to cover a lot of ground, coming from deep backward square to almost a fine leg.
Very good here, large.
And only limited
Super stuff here, LJ.
Taylor and Williams for 2 runs. Fantastic effort.
Oh, that's going to spoil the over.
Right behind you,
Just
LJ.
pushing it a bit too wide on that occasion was Leopold. Flirting with danger, and danger gets the better of her there again. I know, Sir Kirtley, you have a love-hate relationship when it comes to that wide line for the bowlers. Just a bit too wide from her, just needs to get a bit tighter.
Well, I don't know about a little bit sloppy that time, resulting in a single. I'm not so sure about a love-hate relationship. I don't have much of an issue with the offside wides, but I hate some of those leg side wides. There's no love there. All hate.
Good running to close out the 20th. And with it, we'll bring drinks. Much needed drinks at that. 75 for 2. Well, this is the position of the game so far. Ireland won the toss a little bit earlier in the sunshine, and they got up to 203 thanks to a fantastic knock at the top and by Gabby Lewis. In replay, West Indies women 75 for 2. Taylor and Williams, the two batters at the crease. Gabby Lewis, though, absolutely fantastic in the sunshine of St. Lucia. Her second half century of the CG United Women's ODI Series. 95 not out. Carried her back throughout the innings. Used the crease quite well. Swept, pulled, cut. It was fantastic to watch from her. Really had all the shots on display and treated all to what was a wonderful knock. Gabby Lewis. Well, the debutante faced one ball, but now has the chance to bowl. Amy Maguire. The first time we'll be seeing her bring over that hand in women's ODI cricket. Well, so Kirtley.
Let's play.
Yeah, she's here to do what is her specialty. What would her first ball be here tonight in St. Lucia? And she starts with a possible appeal. So Kirtley doesn't get much better than that, and quite an emotional time for her with her sister getting that cap just a little earlier today. What a moment it must have been for her. Cheeks red with joy, and hopefully it can be a prosperous and long career for her in women's ODI cricket. How much nerves will she be out there feeling, Mr. Kirtley? I'm not going to take you back to your debut, but knowing that you've had that ball in your hand at some stage, what might be going through her mind?
She will be feeling a little bit nervous for sure. Happens to the best of us. The most important thing though is once you get the first couple of deliveries out of the way, then it gives you confidence, especially now. She bowled 3 deliveries already and she's right on the money. So she should be feeling a little bit more relaxed now. Just want to get the first over out of the way and then she'll be okay.
Well, she's 4 deliveries into her first, and she can be quite happy with those 4 so far. Important for her to close out these last 2.
Middle, please. Middle. Take one with you, Ames. Come on. Oh, yes, Ames.
Fantastic pace, so Kirtley. Fantastic control. Not a debutante at all.
I was just about to say, I like the flight and the guile that she's showing us here. She's telling the batters, you want to come? You got to come at me. I'm not going to give you no pace to work with. And so far, she's doing a fantastic job in the first over.
A brilliant first over in a women's ODI cricket comes to an end for Amy Maguire. 21 gone, it's 76 for 2.
Super stuff here, girls. Very good. Ava.
The ball continuing. And Shakira Salmon alongside me. Shakira, Sydney's need 127 from 29 overs. Where do you see things going from here?
I think there's still in control. The key is Stephanie Taylor. Her experience is what West Indies will be depending on to get them home. While watching the end by Rashida Williams, but she'll want to get forward on that front foot.
You know, we've seen a few overs of spin from Ireland. So using these conditions very well. I think that challenge will be how do they grip this wet ball.
Yeah, we've seen Leopold struggle quite a bit. She's bowled quite a few wides, and that's perhaps because of the wet ball. But it's been a while since West Indies last hit a boundary, 55 minutes now.
There's only been 1-4 in this innings, in this West Indies innings, very unlike West Indies batters.
Another wide by Leopold.
Kick out here, large, kick out here, large.
That's true, Stacey. Very unlike West Indies.
Here, LJ.
And that's been down to very good and very disciplined bowling and fielding by this Irish team. Yeah, another wide. Bowling wise, both sides of the wicket.
19 wides have been conceded in West Indies innings. The same amount was conceded in their 50 overs. A really good here from Stephanie Taylor, just opening the face. A bit of indecision, but a single comfortably taken. There's absolutely no need to rush.
And I think if there are any two batters who will understand that, it would be these two, especially Stephanie Taylor. She's known for her patience and her ability to understand situations.
Yeah, that one to the total of wides again. I thought it was because they're two Jamaican players.
Right behind you, LJ.
Well, we know Jamaicans are normally in a hurry, but these two are going to take their time. And it's an opportunity for Rashida Williams to get a score this series.
Super stuff, Ames on him.
She failed in that first game, being dismissed by Cara Murray.
Yeah, got a gift and missed out, but it's a no ball signal by the umpires, which means
Keep going, Alge, keep going.
she gets a free hit, Rashida Williams. Yeah, a chance to release. Even though it's a catch, it was a free hit.
A bit of brilliance by Leopold, but unfortunately it was a free hit. Just a single to end the over, 84 for 2.
Yeah, good catch. And a little bit of acceleration, but just that reminder that it's a no ball. The only way you can get out in a no ball is a run out. So just having a laugh, a little bit of a chuckle at herself, Laura Delaney.
Come on, Ames, come on.
Young Amy Maguire to continue from the media center end. Just one run from her first over.
Yeah, another single taken there for over, but again, just as a leg spinner, what she brings just that flight.
Yes, Ames.
And then you also take into consideration Stephanie Taylor's averages against leg spin as well. So challenging.
Yeah, left arm orthodox. She is expected to spin the ball away from right-handers. She gets quite close to the stumps and then jumps out. Perhaps that's why she's angling in most of those deliveries. No real turn for her as yet, but she is attacking those stumps.
Yeah, still a long way to go for her because she's just 16 years of age, as mentioned. So still has a lot of time to develop that skill. Yeah, struggling to find the right, or to keep the ball on the pitch.
Keep going, Ames. Keep going,
And this isn't too surprising, Stacey. When the ball is wet, you do find spinners struggling because that seam is very wet and they normally rely on the seam. Look at how she's holding the ball on that seam. She may want to bowl with the ball seam up and spread those fingers on either side of the seam if she's not able to dry that seam.
A very good delivery here from her. When they landed pretty well and gets her first international wicket, Amy Maguire.
And what an introduction to senior team cricket. She gets the prize wicket of Rashida Williams. Just said she wasn't spinning the ball, but that one, she's able to get it to pitch and turn away from Williams. And brilliant work by Amy Hunter behind the stumps. Look at that face. She is elated. She's done the job for her team. West Indies lose their third at 88.
We're in the zone here, man. We're in the game. The traffic area.
Keep doing your ball and routine.
Center.
Thank you. Yes, Ames.
Bowler.
Very
Left
good,
arm
JJ.
wrong. Left arm wrong.
Shameen Campbell, the new batter. Strike rate of 56.8, best of 105. She's owing some runs, had a good start in the first ODI, scored 24. But what a night is this for Amy Maguire.
Yeah, brave enough to toss up that delivery, angling it in, pitching and turning away from Rashida Williams. And almost another wicket. Oh, what a start by this youngster.
It's all happening here for young Amy Maguire. It's the end of 23, 89 for 3. Yeah, mistimed jump from Amy Maguire. Could have had a second in that over.
Here's the wicket again, just drawing Rashida out of the crease. An excellent glove work by Amy Maguire. Not able to get her foot back down Rashida Williams.
Right arm over.
Amy Hunter, forgive me.
Come on, Skip, come on.
I'm so excited about young Amy Maguire. I'm calling her bowler and wicket keeper.
The captain, Laura Delaney. In 52 matches, 22 wickets. A best of 3 for 26.
Laura Delaney wasn't at her best last game. She bowled 6 overs for 37 runs.
Okay, they've done really well, Ireland, to bring things back or to break that partnership between Taylor and Rashida Williams. 47-run partnership. I think a medium pace might just be much easier to play. Their spinners within the last few overs, they've really kept things tight. They've asked questions of these two batters.
Yeah, Laura Delaney would have wanted to continue with spin from both ends. But unfortunately, Leah Paul was struggling quite a bit with her control. She's bowled quite a few ways, especially in that last over, both sides of the wicket. So the Ireland captain would have been forced to go back to pace. She's capable of controlling things. She'll be trying her utmost best to lead from the front.
And that first ODI, they would have bowled 19 extras. They've now gone past that. And they're at 28 at present. They're lacking that control and that consistency that is needed. And you see a number of fielders with those rags just to the back of their trousers, as well as a number of times after the bowler has followed through, they've stopped and rubbed their hands into the dirt. Very well played, but dropped. A chance going. Cara Murray, can that cost them? This is the second time that Taylor has been dropped. She was dropped in the 17th over.
She would have counted herself unlucky for picking out the fielder. Ball really deserved to be hit for 4. But Cara Murray will be disappointed that she put that down. First time Stephanie Taylor was dropped in the innings, it was off her bowling. Another life for Stephanie.
It's the end of 24, 93 for 3. Just another look at that opportunity that went begging and diving to her left. Quite low, quite challenging, but those are catches you want to take. You want to hold on to those.
Come on, save again, Ames.
Amy Maguire to continue. I like what I've seen from Amy Maguire. She's bowled some bar deliveries, some wide deliveries. But what she's also done is when she's landed well, she's created opportunities. She's into her 3rd over.
And she's shown some variation. She's been able to spin the ball. Looks like when she's actually tried to spin it. And then other times you see her just angling the ball in and letting it run on with the arm.
Yeah, I like the flight. And Shameen Campbell is a batter that likes pace on, so this is a challenge for her. And she'll also be remembering that she loves to play that sweep shot against spinners. It has cost her a wicket in the first ODI, so she'll be mindful of that. Well, she's run past this delivery, and Amy Maguire is having an absolutely amazing debut with ball in hand. The family, well, they're definitely enjoying this.
It's all smiles for Amy Maguire and the Irish team. Disappointment for Shemaine Campbell, opting to use her feet and beaten in flight, that flight you were just talking about. Amy Maguire tossing up the ball again, angling it in and spinning it away from a right-handed batter once more. Shemaine Campbell goes for a disappointing 3 runs. West Indies lose their 4th for 94.
Thank you. Brilliant.
I know, I was so waiting. I wanted it. Get saved. Get saved.
A new batter, Chanel Henry. 39 matches, that best of 53 not out was in the first ODI.
Come to slightly.
And she'll need that and a bit more to help West Indies get over the line.
Bowler, left arm, wrong.
Amy Maguire, well, she'll have other thoughts. Off the mark right away. Chanel Henry.
And this situation is going to test Henry. And she is here because of this. Another lovely bit of bowling by young Amy Maguire on debut. Don't forget that, folks. She is on debut and only 16 years old.
It's the end of 25, 96 for 4. Yeah, this was the dismissal of Shemaine Campbell running past that delivery. And another under-19 player behind the stumps, Amy Hunter, not letting up on that. And what a debut this is turning out for her.
Very good here, lads. Very good here, lads.
And what a debut this is for Amy Maguire.
Amy Maguire was belatedly introduced into the attack. She never came into the attack until the 21st over. But since then, so much has happened for this Ireland team. West Indies still slightly ahead of where Ireland were at this point. Ireland were 95 for 5. West Indies 97 for 4. The key to Ireland getting past 200 was Gabby Lewis. And West Indies will need Stephanie Taylor to do the same thing, or perhaps more than Gabby Lewis was able to do for Ireland.
Yeah, just to build partnerships. 107 to win from 148. So if they spend time, it can happen. But losing wickets at crucial times, it can be to their demise.
And this is a very important game for Chanel Henry. She was very good in that first game, her maiden half century, of course. But she will want to show consistency. She spoke about that in the interview. And that's where she struggled previously for West Indies. She hasn't been able to show that she can put together consistent performances with the bat. And this is an opportunity for her. She also wouldn't have batted in these situations quite often.
If you ask me, I think she's a genuine finisher for this West Indies team. She's played this role for Jamaica quite convincingly at times. So it's just a matter of her transferring it into this for West Indies. She's said that to herself and she's mentioned that consistency is key. So an opportunity here to just show that.
And that's just really about confidence, isn't it?
I think it's the best I've seen her play. A 100 up, 26 overs, 100 for 4. Just look at the difference in terms of boundaries. Ireland hitting 13 fours and 1 6. West Indies still there with just 1 4 in their innings. Maguire to continue. Very well played, almost. Oh, did she touch the boundary rope, but 2 runs run from Chanel Henry and Stephanie Taylor. I think Jacqueline Williams will want to have a look at this. Yeah, got it eventually. Very well done. Wide signaled.
Very good, Ames. Don't look on the flat there, Ames.
This will be a challenge for Henry facing the left arm spinner who has been able to extract quite a bit of turn in her last 2 overs. And just as I say that, she drives that one down. But she's been very good up to this point, young Amy Maguire. If she continues to extract that turn to these right-handers, she will continue to pose a threat.
Taylor will think that she just missed out there. Poorly line delivery. Yeah, when she's good, she's really good. But just those extras. The target comes down to 99, double figures now for West Indies. I reckon in a few years' time, Amy Maguire, she's going to be a force to be reckoned with because she's bowling a few loopy deliveries that seem to be played uppish.
Yeah, and left arm spin is so potent in the women's game.
Well, an overthrow. West Indies won't mind that.
That's my fault, sorry.
Probably a knee less shy at the stumps from Laura Delaney.
Very good, Ames.
West Indies will take that. Generally, the Ireland fielders have been much better in this game. They gave away lots of runs in the last game. Bear in mind that we're saying that even though they've put down 2 chances, their ground fielding has been much better. A single to end the 27th. West Indies 108 for 4.
Yeah, not much of a start for West Indies. Matthews and James departing, but Taylor, she's still there. As extras and the second highest score. And 96 needed from 138. The lane need to continue.
Good, Leah. Will you come up? Yeah.
This is all West Indies needs to do. Just keep taking it over. Keep rotating the straight.
Keep going, Lozzie.
And we expect that with Henry here, that scoring rate will increase.
Yes, Loz, well done. Well done, Lozzie, well done. Yes, Loz. Yes, Lozzie. Yes, Skip, very good, Skip.
He just needs to spend time, Janelle Henry, not try to force the issue.
Skip, very good.
Just checking that bat handle.
Very good, girls, very good.
I think it's important that she's batting with someone as experienced as Stephanie Taylor who can talk her through this. And sometimes she just gets a bit impatient, especially if she faces a number of dots. Stephanie, obviously Jamaican, and her Jamaican captain, her national captain, would know exactly what to say to her. And she'll be there reminding her that there's lots of time. She'll be saying, we're ahead, we're ahead. We just need 95 runs from 134.
Yeah, does genuinely play much better against pace. Likes to strike the ball.
Very good, Skippy.
And challenge for her and this West Indies team is how do they continue this chase? Just one boundary hit, still one boundary alone hit.
Ireland deciding to send out long off. Just not wanting to give them a second boundary. Just one from that over. West Indies is 109 for 4.
Things could have been a lot better for Ireland. Taylor was dropped twice in the innings. Dropped in the 17th over by McMahon on 18. And then dropped by Cara Murray on 29. So she's still there. Taylor, 37 from 69. And she'll be expected to take this to the end.
Want to change the bowler? Right arm over.
Lola Prendergast, she's back after 4 overs. Picked up 1 wicket, that wicket of Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, she started a lot better today. 4 overs, 1 for 13 so far.
An amazing shot from Stephanie Taylor, driven back powerfully and past the bowler.
I did think Stephanie Taylor would have been happier to see Lola Prendergast bat on. And there she's proven it. A lovely straight drive. And that is only the second boundary for West Indies and the first since the 9th over.
Double change. In the commentary booth here, I'm joined by the legend himself, Sir Curtly Ambrose. It's come quite late in proceedings, Sir Curtly, but that for me was the shot of the day.
Top shot from Stephanie Taylor, showing her class. Look at that. Look at the stride. Not a lot of power, pure timing. And as straight as they come. That was top class.
I think that's just where Taylor and the other West Indies batters have just struggled slightly, putting away the bad deliveries. As mentioned by Shakira Selman, just the second boundary of this West Indian innings. But what a shot indeed. Get a great side-on angle of that. What do you make of that, Sir Curtly?
She got a good stride in, got to the pitch, and stroke it quite nicely. But only the second boundary. This is over number 29. It's a little bit surprising.
Goes short is Prendergast. Taylor just ducks under. But yeah, I think in terms of the intent, the West Indies have just struggled in showing that positive intent. Would have been really set back with that early loss of Hayley Matthews. But with Taylor at the crease, she's been quite lucky. You saw she's been dropped twice already. So the Irish, things could have been even better for the Irish in this situation. Just 90 now to get end of that Prendergast over. 114 for 4.
Jackie Lewis going off for 1 over, bathroom.
Nice and hard. Yeah, sorry, I did say to that umpire. No worries. And he said it was okay. No, no problem.
Live back here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. Stephanie Taylor leading the way. She's been the mainstay throughout of her career, actually, for the West Indies. I think it would have been, what, some 19 partnerships also of 100 plus. Stephanie Taylor, the mainstay, the most consistent batter, you'd say, for the West Indies in the last 10 years or so. Leading the way here, 42 from 76.
And not just the mainstay of the West Indies team for many years. She was also voted ICC International Player of the Year more than once. Twice I can remember. But I'm sure Craig Koza will pull that up in a minute. But twice I can remember. And that says a lot for her cricketing ability.
Easy single again. Yes, Sir Curtly. It just tells you just how the regard that she's held in around the world. Definitely one of the top players in women's cricket.
Yes, Law's very good here, girls.
She's been out injured for the last couple of years, but we saw her bowl today. Here she is again, 43, 55 in the first match. So probably just beginning to feel more like herself.
That's a beautiful shot. Is it going to go all the way? It looks like it's gone all the way. Chanel Henry, what a player she is. She did enjoy that, brought a smile to her face.
Picked that gap to perfection. Chanel Henry, once again, that easy power. Bit of a misfield there from the fielder at extra cover, but the timing was superb. Third boundary for the West Indies in this innings.
these two has really got to take West Indies as close as possible to the 204 that is required, if not all the way. Stephanie Taylor, highly experienced, wonderful player. Chanel Henry, not a good player. So a lot will depend on these two.
Just a bit of sloppiness just creeping into the Irish now. So pressure being applied back on by the West Indies. End of that Delaney over, 121 for 4.
Change the bowler, right arm over.
The West Indian worm here just creeping ahead slightly. Looking to recover from that double strike. Losing those 2 quick wickets. This partnership now 27 from 34. And in a crisis, they've turned to what I would say has been probably the standout bowler for the Irish in this series, picking up those 3 wickets in the first match. She's been pretty good here, going for 13 from her 3. The thing is, she hasn't bowled too many bad deliveries, or if she has, they haven't been put away by the West Indian batters on that occasion. Just a short one again. Taylor finding no timing.
Oh, that was kind of close to the short mid-wicket fielder. For a brief moment, she probably thought she was going to take that catch, but fell short, agonizingly short, they would say.
And to be fair, Sir Curtly, from both teams, it's an area in which we see both sets of batters hit the ball in the air. You think back to Gabby Lewis as well, probably something for the West Indies to think about. She hits the ball in the air quite a lot in that extra cover region. Delivery, just a bit of bounce from Murray. No real turn just yet, a la Afi Fletcher, but she's been pretty disciplined. Not too many bad balls. Giving the ball a bit of air as well.
And that's what it's all about, containment. You contain batters long enough, you build pressure. And more often than not, batters will try to do something different, something out of the ordinary.
Probably looking to hit that one a bit too square was Henry, but the end of a fabulous comeback over from Cara Murray. Just the 1 run coming from it, 122 for 4. The Ireland women would have used 8 bowlers so far. Maguire probably the pick, 2 for 17 from her 4 on debut as well. And the way she would have picked up those wickets, Sir Curtly.
And both of them were out-stumped. So she drew them out of their crease. That was the previous over. Chanel Henry, how close was that? Oh, it was close.
Keep going here, Skip.
Quite surprised not to see the fielder probably make an attempt in diving forward so curtly.
It's not as easy to do as you might think, Mali, trust me. The only player I've seen who dived forward a lot was Sir Richie Richardson. He was very good at that. Dive forward and take lots of catches. Not many can do that. Because if you don't time it right and you don't get it, you could lose some teeth maybe. So it's a difficult thing to do. Going sideways and stuff is okay, but going forward, Sir Richie did that very well.
I think on that occasion one would have to pick the length early on that occasion. And that's something we know Richie Richardson did very well, especially when the bowlers were short. Quick onto those short deliveries. This is what Delaney does more often than not. She doesn't offer too much pace. Tends to bowl good lines, good lengths. Make the batters do all the work. Doesn't bowl too many bad deliveries. If you make a mistake, she'll be there to capitalize. And so far, just gone for 19 from what? This is her 5th over. And as I say that, she drifts down the leg side. I put the mockers on her so curtly.
Chanel Henry, she's basically an attacking player. She likes to go for shots. But at the same time, nothing is wrong with that. But you got to be selective. And sometimes respect good bowling. But she's a good player, Chanel Henry.
It's going to be close. Not that close in the end. Quite comfortable from Stefani Taylor. Another Delaney over comes to an end. Her 5th, 127 for 4. A similar stage. Ireland were 114 for 7, so they've lost some 3 wickets more than the West Indies. Windies would have scored 13 runs more as well. Ireland probably sense that the partnership is becoming a bit ominous here. 33 from 47. They've gone back to the debutant. She starts with a wide, but she's probably been the pick of the bowlers, picking up those 2 wickets here on debut. Just 16 years old, the young lady. So a long, long career ahead of her yet. Good to see this talent being unearthed.
She's got to be very careful. She's bowling left arm from around the wicket. So the natural drift will be into the right-hander. She got to start this delivery a little bit more on off stump or just outside of off stump. Starting it middle and leg, it will drift down the leg side. So she got to change her line a little bit.
It's a lot better in terms of her line, driven sweetly, though, from Henry. That's her area. She really does like the offside, doesn't she? Maybe moving forward, seeing more development in her game, she'll expand those scoring areas.
Keep going here, JJ.
Sharp ball yet again.
Sorry.
Well set field. They've got the two boundary riders on that leg side at deep square, backward square, and at a cow corner. Or more deep mid wicket.
Yes, Amy. Well done, Amy, well done.
How many to come?
Very good, that Amy.
Certainly turning out to be a good debut for young Maguire. Already picked up 2 wickets. Growing in confidence every delivery.
This one she pulls down though. Gets away with that one, I'd say. Just the 1 run. The end, actually no, she's got 2 deliveries left. So a bit of a mixed bag in terms of this comeback over for the debutant. Thought it was a risky move to pull her out when Captain Delaney did. She was well into her spell. She's just drifted down the leg side again. So her 3rd wide of this over.
I know she's very young. She's on debut, still learning. So I'm just wondering if maybe her captain or one of the senior players couldn't just get a word to her to maybe go over the wicket just to change the angle.
There again, drifting into the pads. The right-handed Taylor, once again that fielder. Deep backward square preventing the boundary. So it hasn't really come back to haunt the Irish just yet.
Very good, Amy, very good.
Finishes with 1 outside the off stump. End of her 5th. 134 for 4.
Couple of wickets for young Maguire. Look at that. Williams was the first to go stumped. Was drawn out of her crease. And then this one. Campbell, wicketkeeper, not even in the frame. Halfway down the track. Brilliant bowling. And didn't they enjoy it? They all did. For the young debutant.
And on that first wicket, Sir Curtly, that stumping, something you don't see too often today. The umpire at square leg giving that out. Real time. Didn't go upstairs. It was quite close as well. So he was trusting in his judgment there. Umpire Dayton Butler. It's going to be Kelly, though. Well run. And it's going to, oh, possibly just missing out on an extra run there was his pair. This equation now 69 from 101, Sir Curtly. 6 wickets in hand from this stage. Who do you have favourites?
You'll have to say the West Indies are in pole position at the moment because the number of deliveries isn't an issue. They still got 6 wickets in hand. So you'll have to say that they are ahead on points. But we've seen strange things happening in this lovely game that we all love.
And with that single, Stefanie Taylor moves on to her 40th ODI half-century. And what an innings it is in the circumstances here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. Under a bit of pressure, losing her captain early. Been dropped twice as well, but she's held her composure. 50 of 85 deliveries. And she's doing a pretty good job in terms of leading the West Indies to this total.
Certainly is a good knock. Batting hasn't been easy up to this point. We have to give credit to the island bowlers. They really kept things nice and tidy, gave nothing away, only 3 boundaries so far in this innings, which tells you how well they're bowling.
The only aspect of their bowling that they'd be very disappointed with is the amount of extras they've given. 34 in all, 28 wide, Sir Curtly. Ed Joyce must be pulling his hair out in that dugout.
Are they going to go back for 2? They do, and easily as well, very comfortably. Good running between the 2 batters, Taylor and Henry. 34 overs gone, 139 for 4, and a welcome drink break.
So this is a situation here. West Indies requires some 65 runs to get in the next 16 overs. Taylor holding the innings together after that loss of Matthews, 50 not out from 85 deliveries. Her 40th ODI half century. Started a bit slowly, but never really lost her composure. That shot there in particular, the shot of the day for me. Straight drive down the ground. She did have a bit of luck earlier as well, being dropped twice on 19 and 29. This was the first one, that full toss. Hit quite hard at to that mid-wicket fielder. The second as well, another sharp chance at that 45. Cara Murray on that occasion putting that one down. It's going to be Cara Murray though, into the attack again. From this media center end with her leg spinners, looking for a wicket here. Starts with a short one, pulled away. They're going to look for 2, come back quite easily. So this partnership now, 47 from 63. Just easing the West Indies into a position of, I wouldn't say dominance, but just inching ahead.
The Irish needs a wicket here. two wonderful players at the crease. Stephanie Taylor in flowing along nicely. Chanel Henry doing her thing as well. They need to break this partnership to get back into the game. Because the way things are going, if these two bat another, let's say, 10 overs. Oh. A bit in the air, but just away from the fielder at mid-off. Into the boundary ropes it goes for 4. Another welcome boundary for Chanel Henry and the West Indies. The 4th 4 of the innings.
Yeah, the 4th 4. It brings up the 50 partnership between these two as well. 52 from 65 deliveries now. It was in the air for a while, Sir Kirtley. This one, power again through the offside. Chanel Henry got the length that she wanted. Swung the arms through that one. Just beginning now to show all that batting talent that we would have seen in that second match. First match, actually.
Well flighted, over pitched delivery. And the aggressive Chanel Henry took full advantage. And she is that kind of player, Mali. She loves to go for her shots. And so far, she's looking in dangerous form. She's raised to 28 from 34 deliveries. That brings up the 150 for the West Indies as well. Inching closer and closer to that 204.
Murray goes quicker on that occasion. Chanel Henry, quite a tall batter, isn't she? She's got long levers. Few of these, big stride as well. A few of these deliveries probably Murray would have gotten away with against the other batters, but not Chanel Henry. Good batting as well, scampering through for that single.
Very good running. And you would know, Mali, if we get back to that next over. 35 overs gone. 151 for 4.
Come on. Keep going, girls. Middle on.
53 runs to win this match and series from 90 balls. Chanel Henry, Stefani Taylor at the crease. A wonderful half-century from Stefani Taylor, following up the good form we saw in the first ODI. It's a beautiful, cool, breezy evening here in St. Lucia. And we've got a match on our hands, Stacey Ann King.
Yeah, really good to see these two coming together and doing what's needed. Yeah, we did talk about just those 4-5 boundaries scored in this West Indies innings, but this innings from this pair, this partnership 57 from 69, it's really important and it's impressive because both batters, they understand what is required.
That's a wide. Started with a dot, Darlene Kelly. Can't afford too many more extras at this stage. 35 extras for the innings will be a worry for the Irish side. They've got an edge on that. It's running away fine. They'll certainly run a couple here.
Yeah, fortuitous from Chanel Henry. And again, just how powerful she goes through the line of the ball, just gets that edge and the vacant into the area. And picks up 2 runs.
That's through the fielder and really can't afford that. This another 4 runs off the bat of Chanel Henry, welcomed by the Windies side.
You're just allowing the Irish to make the mistakes. Smiles from these two batters. Driven in the off. Much better effort needed there, but again, the power she possesses in Chanel Henry.
Well, yes, it looked like a casual swing of the bat and it raced away. Little toss. Maybe should have done a bit more of that.
It's quite casual, but again, just love the way in which she's playing because she's a player that can make up to the end, Chanel Henry. She's rushed on to 36 from 40. Started very quiet. But the importance of spending time and being there with an informed batter as well.
Stefanie Taylor's just done such a good job of, in this war of attrition. She's eked out those runs in this innings. It's a long time she's been on the park, playing a comparable role to Gabby Lewis's in the Irish innings. The anchor came in early too after the loss of Hayley Matthews. I'll push but get a single. Productive over for the Windies. 36 gone, 161 for 4. .40 half centuries. Look at these stats. An average of 44.5. Oh, many cricketer around this region and world will be jealous of that average. An incredible. .151 ODI matches for Stefanie Taylor. What a career, what a player. Back in form and back in this side, making great impact. Orla Prendergast back into the attack. Little nudge there.
Yeah, she did debut against West Indies, well, for West Indies, Stefanie Taylor at age 17. And scored a 49 ball 90 versus Ireland in 2008.
On debut. Well, that should have told us everything we needed to know about her patience and application. Good stop from the debutante. Well, she's been impressive, hasn't she, Amy Maguire?
Yeah, amazing stuff from her. She'll remember this match for years to come.
She'll probably be telling Laura Delaney for years to come too. I don't know why you took me off. I was going very well. Oh, smacked away into the onside. Nobody run, nobody get hurt. 4 more. Stefanie Taylor this time.
Well, class is class, and Orla Prendergast not getting that bounce in which she got prior in that first spell. A short delivery, and Taylor latches on to that length and dismisses it for 4.
Picking up the pace here, the Windies, as they inch closer. Cut nicely behind square. Using all areas of the park here, these two well set now. Good partnership, 73-run partnership, in fact.
Henry, 38 from 42. And she spoke about that consistency. Really good to see her in the runs once again.
Indeed, and can she go on here and score a second half century? It will only be her second ODI half century if she does. Which is surprising considering her ability. Sometimes it just takes that one knock to open the floodgates. Final ball of the over.
That's over.
37 gone, 168 for 4.
The women's CPL draft would have gone just recently, and I had a look at that draft and had a look at Ian Bishop mentioning Chanel Henry. She's got to be, this has got to be her tournament, because he's seen what she can possess, and she's clearly shown that in the first ODI and now tonight. So hopefully this is an era, a comeback for Chanel Henry.
Just 36 runs needed now by the West Indies women to get over the line in this ODI and in this series. For Canning back from the pavilion end. Oh, another wide down the leg side. That's been plaguing the Irish attack. That is wide number 30.
Keep going, Ice, keep going.
Yeah, these little margins are where, and what makes the difference between the top ranked teams.
Yeah, well, it's an extra 5 overs, isn't it? And they've done so well in the field otherwise, Ireland, in this ODI, and really protected the boundary, but have given it away on this other end.
Almost similar to what we saw in that first ODI. They started really well, but then didn't back up their bowling. Batting wise, there was no issue. There is no issue. They know exactly what they want to get done, but just their fielding and the consistency bowling, they've struggled in those two areas.
And Chanel Henry's looking to take full advantage. That's well fielded in the deep this time, but they'll pick 2 up.
Yeah, anything that's over pitched. And those long levers, and she's having a smile because she's enjoying this innings. Probably sensing another half century.
Better ball from Canning.
But I like this. I like this innings from Chanel Henry. Just understanding her game, understanding what's being bowled at her as well. Usually you find players playing out of character, trying to force the issue. Not the case tonight.
Yes, Isles, hold on. Hold on, Ace, hold on. Stop her, yeah.
Strong breeze blowing across us here
Keep going, girls, keep going.
at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Quick single. Managed to rotate the strike well as well, the West Indies women, which will be pleasing to all the backroom staff, all the coaching staff. This is an area where they've been heavily criticized in the past.
I think for me it just shows that it doesn't necessarily have to be the technical staff, those coaching staffs. These players have been around for some time.
38 gone, 173 for 4. West Indies closing in on a 2-0 victory, no result in the second, and then there'll be a T20I 3-match series starting next week, all happening here in just lovely St. Lucia. 5 p.m. starts for those T20Is. Nice way to spend the evening if you're in town. West Indies women will hope to secure this series here tonight with a 2-0 victory. No result in that second ODI. And also looking forward to a T20I series starting here next week. Arlene Kelly is back. None for 27 off her 5. Nice and delicate. It's not all power with Stefani. That will run away. It's 4 runs. So delicate, so elegant.
And if the youngest player, Amy Maguire, can't get there, it definitely means it's a good shot. Just opens the face and guides it, uses the pace. And Stefani Taylor. And Paul wins the race in the end. Forces a change in feel as well. Short fine leg has now gone into short third position.
And she's found the gap anyway for the single. Well, lots of reasons why they're playing, but this is one of the main reasons they're playing. This is the ICC Women's Championship standings, with Ireland yet to get off the mark instead of points. Well, they've got 1 point for that no result in the second ODI. And West Indies there in 8th place. The top 5. Top 5 on that standing will automatically qualify for the World Cup in India in 2025, along with the hosts India themselves. And then 2 teams will have to qualify in the qualifiers. And of course, that term qualifier is a bad word in this part of the world today.
Yeah, then both teams, they face the mighty Aussies for their next series.
They will be in Ireland for the first time in many years. And the West Indies will travel to Australia to take on the most dominant team in women's cricket. 7 from the over so far. 2 balls to go. And just 24 runs required for the West Indies to win here this evening.
As I see the delivery from Kelly, still going conventional seam. As Taylor gets in safely. You just wonder if possibly bowling cross seam might have helped those extras, because they've lacked control. Balls have been swinging, but they haven't been able to control it. So as we have a closer look.
Well home.
You just wonder if using those options, cross seam delivery here.
On the ground, should be collected. Oh no, it's fumbled. Fumbled for a boundary to end the over. 39 gone, 186 for 4.
Yeah, again, playing through the line, Chanel Henry. Very good shot. Just used the pace of it and driven back. The fielder did no justice.
Having a rough time of it, Leopold.
Come on, Ace, come on.
Straight again, just the single, looking very casual here. The Windies, under no pressure at all at this stage. Chanel Henry on 49, looking for a second ODI half century. Would be a second straight for her. She didn't play in the second ODI. And that will do it. There she is. The floodgates have opened. Chanel Henry with a second one-day international half-century in the maroon colors.
You talk about believe in yourself, and it's something she's worked on, and there you go. Back-to-back half-centuries.
Do you think she realizes? Oh, the scoreboard still has 49. I wondered if she'd become so casual after her first one that she thought, no big deal. This is what I always do.
Yeah, just playing for that win. That series win.
All right, well, let's see now if she gets a single, if she'll celebrate. It'd be good to see some reaction from her.
Come on, girls, come on over.
Ava Canning. All right, well, a run late in reality. But she'll be celebrating 51 runs right there. A little lift of the bat. And a grateful, happy captain in Hayley Matthews, no doubt, looking on.
Yeah, I really do hope that she looks back at these 2 innings that she's played and just look at the temperament in which, how she's gone about these 2 innings. And this is really impressive stuff. This has shown growth from Chanel Henry.
Very good news for the West Indies. It's 5 off the over. West Indies 191 for 4.
Can you guys close that gap there, please? Yeah. Sorry. No, I have a...
Well, the West Indies require just 13 now from 60 deliveries. It's going to be another bowling change from the media center end. It's going to be Laura Delaney, the skipper, back into the attack. And just speaking to you off air, actually, mind my manners, I'm joined by current West Indian player Shakira Selman. And Shakira, we were chatting off air about just Stephanie Taylor, and if she's at the crease at the end, the West Indies will pretty much win this game.
Yeah, we knew it all along. So those 2 drop catches were crucial. She held the key. And she's proven that her experience enabled. Her experience not only batting and contributing runs, but also being able to shepherd the younger players through a situation like this. She would have been in a situation like this so many occasions. I think she's played the situation brilliantly. Dare say it's been tailor-made for Taylor.
I like that. This one, Henry again going high over the offside. Doesn't time it quite as nicely as we've seen a couple earlier in her innings, but 2 welcome runs to the total. And with those 2 runs, this partnership now 100 from 103. Yet another partner for Taylor with the 100-run partnership. Add this one to the list with Chanel Henry.
Taylor continues to show her importance to this batting lineup, her importance to the team. She may not be captain anymore, but she proves that she is still a leader in this team.
Very much a senior player. 151 caps at this level.
And also now the most capped player for matches in the West Indies. Her 60th game in the West Indies. I'm sure it'll be one to remember.
It's gone straight and hard into the boundary. 4 more runs. Run scoring becoming easier by the delivery.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's gorgeous. Look at that. Good stride. Mid-off fielder in the circle. So she knew she only had to clear that fielder, clear that inner ring. 2 bounces into the boundary. Taylor moves on to 74. West Indies inching closer.
Just 1 hit away now. Well, they were 1 hit away on that delivery as well. But the 200 comes up on that single. What a partnership it's been between these two. 41 gone, 200 for 4. And another 50 for Chanel Henry here. Her second, backing up that one we would have seen in that first match. Once again, shots all around the ground, but in particular, power over and through that offside. Really showing her importance to this West Indian lineup. And showing herself to be developing really well as a genuine all-rounder. And that's going to be it. Straight, hard, authoritative from Stefanie Taylor. What a way to end this match. Emphatic stroke indeed. The West Indies get up and win this series, their first home series win since 2021, beating the Irish by some 6 wickets. Taylor, 79 not out. Chanel Henry, 54 from 55. What a partnership, Shakira Selman. 110 from 107 deliveries.
Partnership needed. And what a way to finish. And suitably, it's Stefanie Taylor to finish this game and win it for West Indies. She continues to lead in this batting lineup for West Indies. West Indies take the series 2-0 and win this game by 6 wickets. What a partnership by those two.
Pretty joyous captain there, Hayley Matthews, just giving a little sly, cheeky high five to the social media manager, Nasiria Mohammed.
It is her first series win as captain. She'll be happy. She'll be overjoyed to finally have something to smile about as captain. And she'll be thanking these two, no doubt, for raising their hands. She wasn't able to produce with the bat. She was brilliant with the ball for West Indies. Led the way with ball and in the field. But she will be thanking those two. And joy for Hayley Matthews and the entire West Indies setup. And joy for the entire Caribbean.
And coach Ed Joyce, a former teammate of mine actually, Shakira, at Middlesex County Cricket Club. I know he came into this series with high hopes. Definitely wanted to be competitive. They have been competitive. And I think they'll be even more competitive in the T20s as well. So still quite a lot to play for both teams here. But this is the situation. Stephanie Taylor, 70 leading the way with her 79 from 105. Chanel Henry, 54 from 55. It looked quite precarious at one stage. But Shakira, you were always in my ear telling me, Stephanie Taylor, if she's there, they're going to get pretty close to this target. And so said, so done.
That big partnership there at the very end between Chanel Henry and Stephanie Taylor, the two Jamaicans, 110 runs from just 107 deliveries. That was key. There was also a crucial partnership between two Jamaicans again, Rashida Williams and Stephanie Taylor. They got to 46. Taylor again in a 33-run partnership with Jins. The constant name there, Stephanie Taylor, the star tonight for West Indies.
The bowling card for the Irish. Fair to say Amy Maguire with her 2 wickets from her 5 overs. On debut, the pick of the Irish bowlers. Probably just didn't score enough, to be honest. 204, but a pretty game effort from the bowling unit indeed.
There was 1 wicket apiece to McMahon and Prendergast. So at the end of this series, the CG United won the international series between West Indies women and Ireland women. West Indies have taken the series 2-0. That second game being a no result, rained out. West Indies women lost the toss, were asked to bowl first. Ireland eventually got hurt to 203 thanks to a magnificent knot of 95 not out from Gabby Lewis, the lone soldier. She was accompanied ably by the lower order, Ava Cannon and Marie, putting up their hands. 3 wickets for Afi Fletcher, the leg spinner. 2 wickets for Shamilia Connell at the very end in that last over. 2 for Fraser Early. 2 for Kiana Joseph as well.
So one of the highlights for the Irish women here today was the innings of Gabby Lewis. Her 95 not out coming from some 121 deliveries, 8 fours in that innings. Played shots all around the ground, ran well, swept shots off both front and back feet. Straight down the ground on that occasion to Kiana Joseph. The standout player for Irish in this series with her 2 half-centuries, must be said, Gabby Lewis. But this is what we've got to look forward to, the end of the ODI series. 3 T20s to come. The first one, Tuesday. Note the change in time, 5 o'clock here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. And after that, it'll be every other day after that first match. Tuesday the 4th, Thursday the 6th, and Saturday the 8th of July. This is the MasterCard priceless moment now. And I think it will be one of the beautiful strokes that we've seen from Chanel Henry. That extra cover drive to the leg spinner. Easy power. Long levers. This girl has got some future in the game, Shakira.
Can't reiterate enough how much I think she is perhaps the best all-rounder we have in the Caribbean. A genuine all-rounder. No disrespect to Hayley Matthews, obviously. Of course, she's led the way as an all-rounder, but as a fast bowling all-rounder. She played a very crucial part in West Indies eventually taking this game by 6 wickets. They were in a predicament, but that partnership of 110 between Chanel Henry and Stephanie Taylor got them over the line quite easily eventually as well. West Indies getting up to 204 for 4 at the start of that 42nd over. And
another bright spot for the West Indies in this series has been the batting of Chanel Henry. Scored her maiden ODI half century in the first match, backed it up in this second match, something she spoke about with Joel Manning, showing that consistency now. Back-to-back performances from the young Jamaican.
She showed maturity. She showed responsibility. And it looks as though she's starting to understand her role in this team. She's now realizing that she is much more than a finisher. She has a lot more to offer. She's way too talented to just be considered a finisher.
Love that point, Shakira. I can see her inching her way up this batting lineup as her career progresses as well. Just someone to keep an eye on in Chanel Henry. But good to see the senior players, the two senior players, a former captain, the current captain, in good spirits. Very happy with their performances in this series so far. Stefanie Taylor making her comeback to the West Indies team here.
A return to fitness for Stefanie Taylor. All smiles at the start of the innings, coming in on the back of confidence after that 50. She played a lovely shot over short mid-wicket to hit her first boundary, but this one of the best shots we saw tonight. Straight drive. It was a fight for her. It wasn't easy. The Irish made her work for that 50, but eventually she got to that 40th half century for West Indies.
And now we'll throw to the post-match presentation with Alex Jordan.
Hello and welcome to the end of series presentation of this third ODI of the CG United one-day international series between the West Indies women and the Irish women. We'd like to start, of course, by thanking our sponsors, without whom none of this could have been possible. It's a big thank you to our title sponsor, CG United. And thanks also to MasterCard and Blue Waters. First up, I'd like to invite the player of the match. And for 79 not out, it's Stefanie Taylor. Steph, congratulations. Another half century, and what a way to do it. You must be pleased.
Well, I am pleased and tired too. Yeah, it's been a long one, and yeah, it's nice to be back and in the runs.
All right, let's have you receive your check first of all for your player of the match, presented by Mrs. Ursuline Mitchell de Beauville, who is the Assistant Manager of United Insurance Agents, St. Lucia Limited. Yeah, it's wonderful. You know, it's interesting. It's your 40th ODI half century, incredible career of yours. Where does it rate in terms of what it means right now to clinch this game and clinch this series?
I think for me, given that it's been probably about 6 months since I actually play an ODI game. So for me, it's like special to be back, because probably thinking about a couple of months ago, I didn't know if, you know, I would be back in the field and to be back in the Maroons. So the work that, you know, Asia and I did over a couple of months was tremendous. We still have a lot of work to be done, as she would say. But yeah, I'm really happy and to be back in the Maroon.
Well, if there's still work to be done, everyone should be very afraid. Congratulations, a player of the match this evening, Stefanie Taylor.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our player of the series. And for her tremendous century in the first ODI, 113 runs and 5 wickets this series, it's none other than the West Indies captain, Hayley Matthews. All right, let's get the check first of all out of the way. Presented again by Mrs. Ursuline Mitchell de Beauville, Assistant Manager of United Insurance Agents, St. Lucia Limited. Congratulations, Hayley. Will you share the money with me? No, only kidding. Congratulations on the player of the series. I guess we should probably start with how you feel about this win and the win of the series.
Yeah, it's been a great series for us, obviously. Glad to be able to notch up some points in the championship table, but get a home series winner as well.
Okay, what about your own performance? You would have been disappointed with yourself with the bat tonight, but overall for the series?
Yeah, a bit disappointed with how today went with the bat, obviously. But I guess that's a good thing about being an all-rounder. I get the opportunity to kind of perform with both the bat and the ball. So yeah, just happy to be able to contribute to the team's success.
All right, I think we'll be talking to you a little bit later. So congratulations again on a wonderful series.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to call over now the losing captain. In this case, it's Ireland's captain, Laura Delaney. Laura, first of all, commiserations. How do you feel the series went in its entirety?
Yeah, obviously, I suppose disappointed any time you lose. I think there are a lot of positives that we can take as a team out of the last few games. Brilliant to see Amy Maguire come in, make her debut and take a couple of wickets at the age of only 16. It shows the depth coming through from Ireland, and it's obviously brilliant that she was over at the Under-19 World Cup and has a lot of confidence from that. So I think that's a massive positive for us.
Well, there were many positives, weren't there, in both the first and the third ODI. You guys put yourselves in position.
Yeah, I thought Gabby Lewis batted really well today and batted really well in the first game. I think one area that we'll look to address in the T20 is building big partnerships. That's something that the West Indies did really well, and we found it hard to break that partnership at times. So, yeah, that's something that we'll really focus on over the next week.
Laura, tell us a bit about how you guys have been enjoying being in the beautiful island of St. Lucia outside of the cricket.
Yeah, it's obviously an amazing place to travel to. We've been really well looked after. The accommodation is second to none, and we have a day off tomorrow. I think we're going to be treated well by the West Indies tomorrow, so we're looking forward to that.
Well, they owe you that at least. And what did you think about their performance in this series?
Yeah, I thought they performed really well, showed that they know the conditions really well as well. And look, I think they put in big partnerships. We found that really difficult to break, and that's one area that we can learn from. And then I think with the ball, they took their opportunities and they were outstanding in the field.
Thank you very much, Laura. Commiserations again.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'd like to invite now the winning captain of this CG United One-Day International Series, the captain of the West Indies, Hayley Matthews. Well, Hayley, tons of positives to take away from this series. List them.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way that and the totals that our batters were able to get out was great to see. Obviously, a lot of milestones. Chanel Henry coming in, scoring back-to-back half centuries. After not scoring one in her entire career, it's been great to see and shows a lot of progress within the team. The way Fletcher was able to bowl this series, and we had a couple of girls debuting as well. So a lot of positives, like you said, and just glad we were able to cap it off with the win.
Yeah, how lovely has it been for Zayda James, not only to have her debut at home, but have a winning series?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's ideal. Kind of getting it at home and getting to win as well. Obviously, when we were out there on the field, the crowd was right behind her the entire time. So just a wonderful moment for a player like her, and hopefully some moments we could continue to create for young players coming into the team.
Just a quick word also on Stefanie Taylor, 40th one-day international half century. Incredible. And did it really when it counted for you?
Yeah, for sure. She's a legend of the game. Obviously, we were missing her for quite some time due to injury, but it's great to have her back in the setup. And she came this series and showed her class once again. So always happy to have her within the squad, showcasing her talent and her skill and why she's one of the best in the world still.
Hayley, what are the areas for the West Indies women to work on?
I think, look, we've done really well this series, but obviously still a lot of areas we can improve on. Have that be batting, bowling, or fielding. Our new ball bowling, our spinners coming in throughout the middle. Obviously trying to be a bit more solid at the top of the order as well. So, like I said, we have a lot of areas that we did well throughout the series in bits. But I think for us, it's just about trying to be really consistent and putting it all together more often.
All right, well, Laura Delaney says you guys are taking them out tomorrow. You have any plans?
Yeah, I think we're supposed to be going on a catamaran cruise and out to the volcanoes and the springs and stuff. So hopefully we could go tomorrow and have a bit of fun before this T20 series start.
Sounds marvelous. Congratulations again. You want to go over to your team and raise that trophy?
Thank you.
Actually, probably invite the team over here to you. So Hayley Matthews will collect the trophy from Mrs. Ursuline Mitchell de Beauville, Assistant Manager of United Insurance Agents St. Lucia Limited. And the West Indies women will gather as they raise the trophy. Congratulations, ladies, as winners of the CG United One-Day International Series.
Fabulous, fabulous scenes here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. A victorious West Indies women's team here in the CG United ODI series versus the Irish. Quite a few young players as well in this setup. A few graduates of the under-19s, which is great to see. There are big smiles. Looks like a team very much in a good place. Shakira, what do you make of these scenes here at the Darren Sammy Stadium?
It's really good to see West Indies smiling at the end of a series and being able to raise a trophy. And those under-19s making their debut and around the setup must be elated that their first series with the team, they've won it. Reminder of what happened here at Darren Sammy Ground. West Indies women winning the series, the CG United ODI series, 2-0.
This is the updated ICC Women's Championship standings here. The West Indies vault all the way to 5th now after their 9 matches, onto 7 points ahead of Australia. Played 6 games more though, and also Australia will be the next opponents. So quite a lot still to play for in this cycle. It's T20 action though. We switch to the T20 format in a couple days here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. West Indies women versus Ireland women. Remember, start time 5 p.m. here. That's a change. On air at 4:55 p.m. Thank you very much for your company here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. It'll be goodbye from us. See you on Tuesday.
Channel audio. Audio 1. Audio 2. Channel audio. Audio 1. Audio 2. 16 channel audio. Audio 1. Audio 2. Sixteen 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 channel audio. Audio 1. Audio 2. 16 channel audio. Audio 1. Audio 2. Sixteen channel audio. Audio 1. Audio 2. Sixteen channel audio. Audio 1. Audio 2.